Oh wow, Matt's got a real hand here.
channels would say, there he is. That's the thing. He knew he had equity. He knew how much equity he had.
Yeah.
And he was comfortable with going with it. When he pots it, he's not turning back.
Yeah. And I think he pays attention to the details. Like he sees that board, he knows he has the job to chat.
Ant-Man might win a $4,000 side pod with 8
You're
high.
right. If it's ace of 5 pairs the board.
Oh my gosh. And Ant-Man's going to win the side pot with 8 high. All in.
Yeah. Gonna shove.
Yeah.
And then immediately acting, and they already go.
Another good fold. So you definitely want to target just full colors with his quads as a player a decent frequency of the time. And he does call. Couldn't be shown the quads. And then he 8.
When that ace hits the river.
Oh,
that's not good.
And I feel, but no, yeah, he does fold.
I'm Rude. With me in the booth tonight, Michael Argent. Michael, what's up?
Hey, good to see you. Good
Thanks
to be
for
back.
coming in.
Thank you.
Also joining me in the booth is Scotty Karate, the general manager of Rounders. Scotty, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How's it going?
Thanks for hopping in.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Well, so we find ourselves at the end of the month of May,
Mm-hmm.
and we had the main Rounders MAYnia series.
That is correct.
How
Yep.
did that go?
It was great. We had a lot of great tournaments going on, a lot of great action, tons of big guarantees, and we had the leaderboard going on.
Yeah, throughout the month of May, during the Rounders MAYnia series, we hosted multiple tournaments each week, and every player accrued points with each cash. Those points, Scotty, are meaningful.
They are meaningful, and right now with this final table, we have something kind of special because we have one guy on the final table named Beto Bucks that he needs a certain finish to lock up a win and win that championship belt.
Beto is in seat 6, and he is currently, I think he's about 80 points. He's 80 points out of first place. So with the 7th place finish or better, he will overtake the leader and secure a first place finish for $4,000, right?
And the belt. That's the real prize.
And that handsome wrestling belt. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, the leaderboard, depending on where the leaderboard is set, we set aside $10,000, and depending on where you finish, you're going to get your share of $10,000. First through 9th place on the leaderboard are going to get the share of the leaderboard money, right? First place, as I mentioned, being $4,000. Not to mention bragging rights as the best tournament player for the month of May.
That is correct. You are the MAYnia champion.
You're the most maniacal person, right?
The maniac himself.
So yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how this all shakes out. This is also the makeup of this final table is really interesting to me. We've got some guys who have made some frequent visits to the final table. Vu, we're looking at him right there in seat 3. He's made many final tables, and right next to him, Steven there, who's going to be first to act. He's under the gun. He was on the final table just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and so the fun thing about Steven is I think he came in on Thursday to play the matinee, if I remember right. The free roll at noon, and it was not the matinee.
Wait a minute. This tournament, this $200,000 guarantee is $400.
$400, yes.
And he came in to play the matinee, which includes a free lunch, right? And a share of $1,000.
Correct. Yep. And he fired a few bullets in there, didn't quite make it in, and came back again and came back again. I don't know how many bullets he's in this tournament, but I'm happy to see him on the final table.
Well, yeah. Hopefully he'll break even.
Did we just see an all-in with 8-3 offsuit? Am I misreading the?
Well, we're not really sure. I don't know. That would be pretty wild.
I think that we just saw an all-in with 8-3 offsuit.
You might be right, Michael.
Because I saw the all-in on the graphic.
It's possible also he had pocket 8s. Maybe the card got scanned.
Maybe.
Wrong,
His chips were across the line. So
yeah, he went all in.
He was all in.
And he's stacking chips, isn't he?
And I think we saw an open from 6-5 offsuit from early position, so I like the way that this final table is going already.
That was Tian. They're in seat 8 who went all in and scooped that. On his left, with the sucker, not the sucker, he has a sucker, is Chris Ochoa, one of our dealers here.
No, you said it right, the sucker.
Chris the sucker. He was on a final table with Steven, I believe, just a couple weeks ago. So that's a good run for Chris. I think he's only played a couple of events and final table both of them.
Oh, yeah. I've been teasing him all day at work. I keep telling him nice 9th place finish.
And then in seat 1 is Jay Patel. Jay is a regular here at Rounders. He plays mostly cash. I think this is probably the second time I've ever seen him play in a tournament.
He won that entry on a flip.
Oh, he did.
He
Okay.
didn't even know what the flip was for, and he jumped in.
So he won the flip just because he wanted to do a flip, and then he was obligated to play the seat. And he parlayed that all the way to the final table.
Oh, yeah.
So that means he's going to be he's guaranteed, I think it's $3,800. It's the battle of the blinds here. Really key battles here. Oftentimes you get the blinds facing each other when it's folded around.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think whoever bets first takes this one down.
Vu's going to take that one down. Here's a look at the payouts right here. First place $38,000 and ninth place $3,800. So $3,800 is nothing to sneeze at, but the first place is significantly more.
Yeah, just a little 10x.
10 times the ninth place finish. So it's going to be there's money to fight for there. Seat 5 is Jeanette. Jeanette came into the final table as the leader, and she and her husband come from out of town and play a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, you can see her husband in the background standing there. He's made quite a few of our final tables as well.
Yeah, I forgot what should I have seen?
I think it might have been the last Rounders Cup, and maybe the $1 million event also.
Do you remember what his name is? I can't recall. Like if you said it, I would know it immediately. I just can't recall it right now. Yeah. So
We've got
yeah,
a couple of pocket tens here.
yeah. See how this is interesting. Beto and the Rock Anthony Ortega, self-named.
It's a big decision with, looks like he started the hand with 23 big blinds. I think a lot of the times you're going to see a jam here, but it is a little bit concerning against the under the gun open.
Under the gun, and their stacks are virtually the same.
Yeah, it looks like he might be going for the small 3-bet here. He does opt for the small 3-bet rather than the jam.
Chris, with all this action in front of him, has a pocket pair, but they're the lowliest of the pocket pairs.
Yeah, I think he's going to let this one go here.
Yeah, just a little posturing from Chris's part, I think.
Yeah, it does let it go.
This will be interesting. What Beto wants to do, because he does know that he needs to get a certain finish to win the belt. Another little wrinkle to the
Yeah,
to the hand.
that little dynamic is going to be really interesting to see how he navigates his way. Look at Jeanette. Jeanette waking up with jacks.
Oh,
And she's
wow,
got everybody
96%. And that looks like a call.
She just calls. Got under the gun and then under the gun +1 3-bet.
And now Beto's a little bit more incentivized to shove, I think, because if he thinks that Jeanette will ever call and then fold,
that would be tragic.
it would not go well for him, I imagine. Doesn't realize that how could he realize he's almost drawing dead here? Looks like he just calls instead.
I don't know if you noticed, I was just happened to be looking at Jeanette. She took a deep breath. You can kind of see her scarf moving.
Fairly safe flop for all hands. Obviously, one overcard.
$2.2 million in the pot. This is not a small pot.
No. I wouldn't be shocked if I just see this just see this check all the way down to the river, honestly, with these exact hands. But we'll see if Rock feels good enough about his pocket tens to just ship it on this flop. I don't really expect that. He could even go for a small bet sizing,
could
maybe.
Work. Yeah, small half pot bet. But does he have enough behind? How much?
No, I think if he bets, he has to either jam or go really small, like 400K, 500K. I don't think he has any medium-sized bets, because then he'll only have $1 million left. Yeah, it does have to check it. Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
Ace is going to be welcomed by nobody, but Jeanette is going to take the initiative, and they're definitely going to give her credit for having an ace-x, calling out of the big blind.
Yes, somewhat bluffing with the best hand. Does take it down.
Look at her. Look at that. She just looked like relief,
That's a big pot to take down. There was, I think she picked up almost 1.5 million there.
I do believe it was $715 a piece. So
yeah, 715.
Right.
14. Yeah, plus the
about $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, you're right, Scotty. Beto is really kind of in a difficult spot sometimes when there's marginal hands.
Yeah, I was surprised he actually even called there.
Now the question is, do the players at the table understand the situation that Beto's in as far as trying to get the 7th place finish.
Well, I can tell you that 3 of them were they had lunch together or hanging out. Brian, they're in seat 2, pups. Anthony and Beto were all together, and
Okay.
so they're those 3 for sure are very well aware of that dynamic.
We'll see if anybody puts some pressure on him here. As it folds around here. Blinds are also up this hand. I believe we were on 5,100 last hand. Now we're at 6,120, which means everybody's effective stacks just got shorter. And it is going to fold to the blinds. Jeanette picking up a real hand with the ace-jack. Expect Beto to just let this go. And he does.
Hello to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us for the $200,000 guarantee final table. 200,000 turned into what, Scotty?
215.
$215,000.
It's a lot of $400 buy-ins.
It really is.
Oh, yeah.
See, Spoder is in the chat. What's up? And Sergio Castrejon, that is a relative of Brian's, I'm guessing. You got C-Note here, Corey Thomas. He says, dealers make the world go round. He's shouting out for Ochoa, Chris Ochoa.
He didn't know it when
She was your babysitter.
he didn't know it. His parents were paying me for him to stay there.
Spoder says
I was babysitting,
that
and she
Steven fired so many bullets, he should maybe qualify for a free hoodie. Is that we have frequent buyer hoodies?
Funny enough, he actually has 2.
Yes,
We gave him one after his 6th bullet, I think, and then he left it at the hotel room, so he was cold.
Oh,
so
is
I
that
gave,
right?
I gave him a second one. Notice he's not
hilarious.
wearing it currently, but that's okay.
Did anybody tell him he was going to be on TV today?
I think he knew.
John George is in the chat. What's up, John George? Hope everything's going well for you in Vegas.
Hey, what's up, John?
You going to bring back a ring or a bracelet, John?
I bet that's the plan.
I hope he does. I should have bought some of his WSOP package, but I
Yeah,
didn't.
for sure. That's a good buy. Steven's going to take down this pot here. Kamala, hello. Nice to see you in the chat. Gary Willages. Tribute to Doyle. Yes, we lost Texas Dolly earlier this month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're probably talking about you right now. There's a lady like 15 minutes. Can I get a 15? Yeah, 15-minute delay. 15 minutes from then they'll be talking.
Spoder says that he fired 5 bullets in this tournament.
Wow.
He stopped. Why didn't he go for the 6-pack?
Yes, six was a hoodie, so almost made
Next time.
Now, does the 6-bullet get a free hoodie rule apply to free rolls? Can I get in on this, or?
Not quite on that one.
Okay, not on free rolls.
6 bullets in the free rolls, unlimited soda for the rest of the night.
I think that's backpack. Get him backpack.
Steven and the hijack coming in, opening.
Looks like he's using a larger raise sizing as well. Looks like he's going 3x, which is, I mean, I don't know that Tiana's defending 7-3 offsuit in general, but it's going to be a lot harder to versus Steven's 3x sizing.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just going to let that go.
The only downside to doing that, to opening for a 3x, is that if somebody does 3-bet you or you get squeezed, you will have wasted maybe more chips than you needed to.
Right.
So what do you think, Michael? Something like 2.2x?
I've always been
2.3.
I've been a 2.2 guy myself usually. Sometimes I'll just go like at this stage, I'd be going like 250 to open, but I do think that the larger sizings, especially if people have a perception of you as being a tighter player, which King 10 off from the hijack, not a very tight open, I mean pretty
True,
standard.
That's right.
But if people
they're
have
two
a
Broadway
perception,
cards.
right, exactly. If people have a perception of you as being tighter and you're opening to a larger sizing, I think that you can steal the blinds quite often because, are people really going to want to defend Queen 9 offsuit against 3x? It puts them in a tough spot immediately, whereas they're always defending against 2x. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see Steven go for an open here again. Looks like he might have gone a little smaller this time.
240. Looks like 2x.
Oh, so this time he went 2. That's interesting.
It is interesting.
Maybe
So he's got a better hand in a little worse position.
a smaller raise. Maybe wants action with the ace
A
jack.
much smaller raise.
Yeah. Tian gonna shove. It looks like.
Tian's gonna put the pressure on him.
All in for 1.6 million. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets through. And even if called, he's not in terrible shape against ace
Oh, he
jack.
snap calls.
Okay. Well, I take that back. Maybe he's played with TM before. We see it's a reasonably fair fight here, 60-40.
I think they're gonna run this one once. Oh, they each hit. Make a pair.
And that's going to be Steven taking it down. Tian's going to be the first player eliminated from our final table in ninth. He's going to pick up $3,800, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, $3,800 going Tian's way.
And I think that means, if I did the math right earlier, I think that guarantees Beto ties at worst for the belt.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
I think
So-
if he busted 8, he ties Carlos.
Okay. What do you do then? Do they do shared custody? One gets the belt on one weekend?
Every other weekend.
Every
yeah.
other weekend, exactly.
Yeah, I got about 4 phone calls today from some upset players on that leaderboard because they busted yesterday in day 2, but we can't update the points yet. So, they're like, where's my points? Where's my points?
Oh, they didn't realize that
Right.
you haven't. Yeah,
Because it's day 3 going on right now.
yeah.
Tourney's not over, guys. Don't worry. You'll get your
Your
points.
points will be there.
But it's equal for everyone who's still playing. Everyone,
Right.
they don't have their points either.
Does that put Steven into the chip lead after that hand?
That's a good question. Let's take a look. I'll pull that up in just a second.
Sure,
I
sure.
can see on the side that he's not the chip leader,
Oh,
but
okay,
he's close. Really close.
Steven, can you scan those for me? Thank you.
Yeah, Pup's with a pretty substantial 31 big blind stack, almost 4 million over
Yeah,
there.
he came into the final table second in chips.
Jeanette is. Oh, yeah, she did win that big pot. So Jeanette's our chip leader, I believe.
Yeah, Pup said yesterday on day 2, he hit like first or second hand, he got short stack crippled immediately. He was
Oh,
down
is
to
that
like
right?
60,000 maybe, and then he spun it back up.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Pup's coming in. That was an under the gun raise with the Jack 10 off. Pretty loose open, but it's getting through so far. See if Jay wants to. No, doesn't opt to defend. Does take it down.
Yeah, Jay plays a lot more. I don't really know what to expect from Jay. I know he plays a lot more cash in
Gotcha.
tournaments. So, but nice pickup for my man Brian. Here are the chip stacks up to date. Jeanette got plenty of play, 51 big blinds, and then we go down to the bottom. We see Anthony, The Rock, and Vu and Ochoa all about the same.
Mm-hmm.
They're not. It's not like danger zone yet, but they're not that. They're not very far over 10 big blinds.
Yeah, nobody in the bottom half of that leaderboard is where they want to be right now. But any of them could win a flip and spin up a decent stack. And surviving is going to be worth a lot of pay jumps if you can
Absolutely right.
outlast the other short stacks.
Yes. And there we see Vu there under the gun, getting that go juice, a little lubricosity to get him going. He is one of the most patient tournament players I've ever seen. That guy will sit on chips and just wait and put him. He hardly ever puts himself in a bad spot.
Right? He does make incredibly good decisions. Very patient.
Even when it looks like it's desperation and it's
Right.
time to jam, he's just gonna
So we're actually seeing a limp here from Jeanette with the 10-9. We'll see if Jay opts to attack. He does not, just calls, and I expect it's Brian, right?
Yes.
It's Pups.
Pups.
I expect Brian to check his option. Yeah. Now, if he had a slightly better hand, do you think he'd be attacking this limp incomplete?
I do think he would. Oh, he's open-ended.
Got a gutter for Jeanette, and also a gutter for Jay,
Mm-hmm.
and open-ended for Pups here. Checks through.
Backdoor clubs for Pups, but I don't think he can count on that with the 3. 6 pairs the board.
I kind of expect Pups to possibly attack this board. Yeah, I was going to say I would like to see a stab here. Expect this to get through against the exact hands he's facing. Because I think when Jeanette limps, she's going to have, I think, a lot of hands like she has, like offsuit Broadways, King Jack offsuit maybe some of those hands go for a raise, but Queen Jack off, Queen 10 off. And this board's just not going to hit her super well. Sometimes she'll have some suited connectors probably that hit this board, but I think a lot of those are betting on the flop here, multi-way.
She's looking at her chips. I don't. Okay.
Yeah, it does let it go.
I think obviously she's aware of what she has. 2 overs and the gut shot. Draw to the straight, but
yeah, and Brian
she makes
can
a
really
reasonable
have,
fold.
Yeah, and Brian can really have anything that hits this board. He can have 6 deuce offsuit.
He's got all the 6s.
All the 7-8s that are even have you in bad shape.
7-4.
7-4. 8-4 for flop straight if he decides to slow play.
Yeah.
He's got everything on that board. I like his choice to attack there.
Georgianino in the chat says Brian for the chip. Let's see, Ghost of M. What's up, Ghosty? Thank you for being there.
I mean, it can be. It can be if
V. Valdez shouting out Beto. CG says, tell Ocho to finish that blow pop.
you get a tax form with it.
4.
We see Jeanette open to 400K here. Beto with a tough decision, 16 big blinds, has pocket 7s versus Jeanette's +1 raise. And I think this is either jam or fold for Beto. And yeah, I was going to say, this is the very specific pressure that he's under to fold hands like that so that he can ladder up just one time and win the Rounders. What do they get? What's their designation if they win? The Rounders Maniac or
Maniac, yeah.
Maniac.
Maniac, Mania champion.
You spell that MAYNIAC? Or is it a K on the end?
He better. All I know is he better be wearing that belt every time he comes around. Or when he heads out to the World Series, I want to see him wearing it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him fold there. He does. Correct me if I'm wrong. He does just need one more ladder up.
If my math is right, yes.
Okay. So really doesn't want to bust here.
It looks like a 7th place finish or better will guarantee him the maniac, the designation as the maniac.
Maniac.
Anthony and Vu, I'm going to say, are probably 2 of the most experienced tournament players at the table.
Yeah, Anthony had a really good run in the main event last year, the World Series main event.
He did. Yeah, he really did.
And then I don't remember. I think he got 80th. I forget the exact number.
80th out of what, 9,000 players or so? Yeah. Just in case you hear 80th, it's 80th out of like 9,000 players.
Yeah, it was a very good run. And I believe he's cashed 4 out of the last 5 years in the main event. If I remember
in the main event.
Something like that.
I was there, was it last year or the year before, when he made the final table at the WSOP. I don't remember exactly which tournament it was, but it was a very large field, probably like the big one, just not the main event.
And this could actually be fireworks here if Vu decides to jam, which it looks like he just did, or excuse me, he just raised most of his stack. And
blind versus blind.
Yeah, Steven's gonna let it go. I think Ace 5, blind versus blind, probably a defend or a rejam since Vu only raised like 75% of his stack, but you don't know if Vu's actually jamming the as wide of a range of hands that he would need to be for it to be profitable, you know?
Yeah, I think I'm going to say probably a lot of the consideration has to do with the stack sizes.
Sure.
And in that case,
Yeah.
Steven had 4 million chips more than him.
Right.
So
And you get the
5.6.
ladder to what's the money ladder? It's like a $15 or $2,000 money ladder for going from 7th to 8th.
Yeah, we'll pull that up also just in
Something
just
like
a
that.
second. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Beto with pocket 5s under the gun. 16 big blinds.
He's about to get squeezed.
Absolutely. Rock, no chance that Rock is doing anything but jamming ace king here.
Yep. There's no other way he can play this.
No. And that's going to put Beto in a rough spot. He does have Rock covered slightly. I think he's got him covered by about 400 or 500K.
There's 600 in the pot, and Anthony has 1.4 million. So, yeah, it's a jam.
Now, if somebody
Again.
behind wakes up with something,
There's Chris again with another kind of what he's thinking might be a marginal.
He wanted to.
I was gonna say, if anybody else wakes up with a hand and calls, it might get Beto to fold, but it doesn't look like they are. Vu excited about 7 deuce off.
Playing the 7 deuce game in his head.
Yeah.
You gotta keep the cards down.
But though again with
There you go.
that dynamic, having with the leaderboard, the belt hanging over him.
And I think that's the problem with raising. I mean, I think a small raise size is okay, but I don't know that you want a hand like pocket 5s to be in that small raise off of 16 big blinds. I think under the gun it might be okay to just open fold it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you mean just fold it?
Just fold, yeah, exactly. I'm saying I would either jam it or
Because he did
fold
open fold.
Right.
He raised and then
opened
folded.
and then folded. Yeah.
I feel if he's playing for the belt in that spot,
Exactly.
just let it go. Don't even.
Exactly.
'Cause if you're not going to call a raise, why are you even?
And it's reasonable. I mean, you don't want to call with a little pocket pair like that.
Yeah, and now you can see he is dead even with Ochoa and Vu now that he raised and lost that pot. So there's really a lot of pressure on Beto here to
Ochoa with a hand.
not bubble in his own
I
hand.
think we're going to see Ochoa with his first foray into this final table battle.
Yeah, I'm interested. We're seeing a lot of small, or a lot of raises rather than jams from shorter stacks so far.
Last hand. No. That was the Asian one time. You have Mexican one time.
Yeah, Ochoa could. This is kind of he's kind of making this a little bit harder for himself. I mean, it's not a slam dunk to shove with
Right.
ace jack in early position like that. But what do you do? What if he just jams?
Call.
Good flop for Beto, but still probably not feeling great about his hand. I think this is a board that Ochoa. No, he does opt to check. He's got a gut shot.
Just a hair under a million chips in the pot, and Beto has 1.3 million. This is his stack to pot ratio is 1.
Jeanette,
And he's just calling.
Yeah, Jeanette leads out. Beto snap calls. Ochoa's going to fold. And I think Jeanette's probably going to be done with it on the river. But we'll see if she wants to put Beto to the test. No, just does
Beto
check.
Yeah, goes check, and that's reasonable for Beto. He really wants those chips, and he doesn't want her to show up with something like King Jack.
Right. Yeah, that's actually a huge pickup for Beto because he just pulled way ahead of Ochoa and pretty ahead of Vu as well.
Yeah, for a while, every pot that is picked up is really going to have a big impact on the leaderboard here.
Absolutely. I'm actually surprised to see him go all the way into 4th after winning that pot.
You see, the next payout is going to be $5,200, so $1,400 more for the next ladder.
I would like to see Beto ladder and then just play like an absolute maniac after he knows he's gonna win the the first place and the belt.
You mean the belt?
The belt. Yeah.
It's all about the belt.
It is all
the
about
hardware.
There, Ochoa is all in.
Pocket 8's pretty standard. Only has about 11 big blinds.
Oh, Vu with a head scratcher.
Yeah,
Equal
these-
stack sizes.
Mhm.
1,345,000.
I think that if I'm Vu, depends on how wide you think Ochoa is jamming. Like, do you think he's jamming pocket 7s? Do you think he's jamming pocket 6s?
Well,
Do you
he's
think
under the
jamming pocket
gun.
5s? Right, exactly.
He's under the gun, so I think this is really. I would not be surprised to see Vu fold this. He's
No, it
got to
wouldn't
give
shock me either.
Ochoa for some credit for having a. These guys have been playing. They put a lot of hours together.
Mhm.
Day 2 was yesterday. This was we had 10 flight. Oh, he makes
There it
the
is.
call.
Does make the call.
Yeah, you guys play a lot more tournament poker than I do, but he could be thinking at the same time that Ochoa knows he's going to be in the blinds next. He's short stacked, so he's going to jam with whatever cards he's got.
Mhm. Yeah, I like the jam from Ochoa. I like the call from Vu. You're only in really bad shape against Ace King, Ace Queen. Obviously, Kings, Queens, Aces are not. Ace is
So
obviously terrible.
all those
but
hands are in Ochoa's range.
They
as
definitely
being
are.
the under the gun razor. I think, Scotty, it's kind of gone. The trend is now to not be so worried about being like 10 big blinds. You have to do or die.
Mhm.
Now you kind of have a little bit of playing some time to you don't have to hit the panic button just yet. But you're right. He is going to be in the blinds. It's going to cost him
180 the next hand. Yeah.
240 in the next
Yep.
two hands.
Yeah. And Vu still will have his tournament life if he loses this hand.
All right. Good luck, gentlemen.
And he could also be thinking the payout jumps are not huge yet, like they are. It might be worth it for Vu to try to spin up a stack compared to just holding onto the chips that he's got.
Yeah.
Let's see this
Big
flip.
flop.
Ooh.
That's an action flop.
That shot. Straight draw for Vu. Monkey.
And Ochoa going to take it
Okay.
down after
Chris-
a huge sweat on the flop.
Chris with a big double up.
Vu
And
gonna
I
be-
think that's going to be, well, we got to find out exactly what the chip count is.
It
Because
looks
they
like,
were very close.
According to the graphic, it looks like Vu's going to be left with 215K, which is about 1.5 big
I
blinds.
see that, yeah.
A little less, actually. So
Wow.
Let's see if we can get Ochoa a celebratory blow pop. Get him another one.
get a green one for all the green chips he just picked up.
Wow. Good action. So Vu is going to be, yeah, he's got to make something happen. He's got a few hands.
Yeah,
They
it's-
can't wait
his
too
fate is
long.
definitely in the hands of the poker gods a little bit at this point. See if he can pick anything up before the big blind comes, because he cannot survive another orbit of blinds.
Look at this. Under the gun for Jay with pocket nines. Pops right behind him. Ace King offsuit. Jay hasn't played a hand yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say we haven't seen Jay get involved as of yet.
Big blind is 120. He makes it 275, is it?
Something like that. Yeah, that looks right.
Pops has 35 big blinds. Jay has 14 big blinds.
And I imagine if if Pups goes for the 3-bet, I expect the chips to go in the middle for both players. But there is a chance that Jay does fold the pocket nines when Pups 3-bets him next to act.
Brian can only,
It does go for the raise.
yeah, good. He's got a 3-bet.
Yeah, looks like 725. Everybody else folds real quick. And we're back on Jay with a decision. And, you're not loving life with pocket nines. There's maybe a chance that Pups could 3-bet pocket 8s in that spot sometimes, rather than just call and let a bunch of people in next to act. But
Jay going to do a little accounting, take inventory of his chips. He's got 1.8 million behind. There's 1.2 in the pot.
And
This-
yeah, it does let it go. Not shocked.
Yeah, could have gone either way on that. I mean, obviously it's a coin flip, right? He could
Right.
decide to Try to spin it up.
Yeah, I mean, if you only think that's really going to be like ace king, ace queen, ace jack suited, and like king queen suited that are going to be, and then bigger pairs that are going to be 3-betting you, you're not in great shape.
More
with
than
pocket
likely,
nines.
it's a flip,
Right.
right? If he decides to go for it there. I mean,
It's either a flip or you're dead.
Or he's or he's in bad shape.
Exactly.
Right? 50% or 20%.
Depending on how
Equity.
aggressive of a player Pups is, sometimes you have to start taking those spots, I think, against more aggressive players. But I don't know how much they've played together, especially tournament poker. So he may not be too aware of Pups' style yet.
Vu is just going to be a victim of the cards. Next couple of hands.
We see Beto opening the king 9 off.
Oh,
Chris with a good ace.
The best ace.
Really good kicker.
And Ochoa and Beto both have spun up here. Unfortunately for Ochoa, Beto just doesn't have a hand that's going to call a re-raise.
Yeah.
And Beto really cannot bust right now because
good news,
Vu
bad
has,
news.
Yeah.
Good news, bad news for Beto. He's getting good hands. He's coming in raising. Bad news is he keeps getting 3-bet every time, or he keeps finding himself in a really awkward spot.
Right.
Every time he's entered the pot.
And I think that with the very specific dynamic of him needing to get 7th and Vu being on such a short stack, I think taking a raise with a hand like king 9 off is just unnecessary.
That's a good point. He shouldn't have put any chips in there at all.
Yeah, you just really are waiting for Vu to bust here because Vu's almost in the blinds.
See, that's a very, very good point because Beto does have a personality. He's got a playing style about him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's evidenced there, right? King 9 is a pretty good hand, but it's really not in this particular situation. For today on this final table, it's probably not something he wanted to spend any money on.
Because I mean, look at the blinds. Vu's under the gun now. Unfortunately, getting 9 deuce offsuit.
Yeah, 9 deuce twice in a row.
Yeah, you can see he's frustrated. He's going to be all in next hand no matter what. And obviously, 2 random cards are better than 9 deuce offsuit. So he's just going to take his next hand. Obviously, going to be all in on the big blind no matter what cards he has. And that's why, again, I don't like this open from Beto with Vu so short. He is with 10-6 suited.
I mean, personality.
And think about if Vu were to triple, and Beto gets 3-bet again by Pups, who is going to know that he can put pressure on him here. That's why I don't like these marginal opens.
It's the same case as the 5s earlier. He opened with the 5s.
Exactly.
Knowing he didn't want to risk his tournament.
See, this is a mistake by Brian, actually.
I agree.
The call is a mistake by Brian. He should raise.
I would just jam all in there.
Yeah. Because he can't call. Beto cannot call.
And on this flop,
even if he has ace-king.
Right. Pups flopping open-ended, Beto with second pair. Obviously Pups doesn't know exactly what Beto has. I would love a check jam here to put max pressure on him, knowing that he needs to get 7th or better. We'll see if he pulls the trigger or not. Now, it's easy for us to say when we see the cards.
Sure, of course. But
this is not a flop that Beto's going to be thrilled about very often. I mean, he can have some sets, for sure. But even his overpairs are not loving it. Does let it go. Vu announces all-in. Does end up working out for him, but I think that Pups could have either put it in his face pre-flop, which is probably I think the easiest play to make there, because it's a disaster if Beto busts before Vu here.
It's basically
for so many reasons.
It's a big. And we keep referencing the leaderboard and the belt, but really it's an ICM situation.
Exactly.
For him, right? More than forget the leaderboard thing. Vu is all in the next hand. If Brian goes all in, ICM,
it's a $2,000 pay jump. It's a $2,000 pay jump to outlast Vu here. And whether he needed to get that 7th place for the belt or not, you're exactly right. You really want to survive a stack that's only got 1 big blind.
If you love me,
He could have really been in rough shape there.
Vu is serenading the table, pleading for a walk, or not a walk, but a fold. Ochoa, Jack 10 off, so he's going to give him some action.
See you outside.
Oh. Oh, 8 deuce. My God.
He's got
Oh,
2 live
no.
cards. We know at least one jack was folded.
No, I said I don't really have a good hand. Wait. Oh.
He doesn't know.
Still got a reasonable chance to triple up here or double
He's
up here,
suited.
whatever
I
it
mean,
is.
it's 2-1, right?
Made my face.
Ocho. Ocho.
Oh, Joe.
Ocho.
Oh, no.
Hey.
Oh!
It's an 8, needs to
Boo
fade a jack or a
lives.
10.
Yes,
And
he
he
lives.
does
He
fade.
lives.
Boo's surviving to fight another day.
He's got a big rail behind him. He's got little chips, big rail. All right, he's still alive. Listen, if you guys are enjoying this, do us a favor, hit that like and subscribe button. Let us know you're here.
Hey, I'm out. Hey, roll on the wheels from my touch.
Boo's still with a fighting chance. There have been crazier spin-ups before.
Where does that put him? 3 big blinds now. Okay, so he's got 3 big
Almost
blinds.
4. That's like 3.5.
Really? I mean,
Which
he could
normally
just-
doesn't matter, but when you've only got 3, the half really makes a difference.
It does. Steven is in the lead now with Jeanette. They're pretty equal.
Yeah, I don't think either of them have played a hand in a few hands. And we got
3's for Jeanette under the gun. Let's see. This will tell me her state of mind here.
Looks like she's going for a raise. Those look like raising chips. Goes 350. Yeah, I think with a lot of players, when they use that bigger raise size, it's a little backwards in the sense that they raise bigger with their more marginal hands because they don't want the action as much. Like when we saw Steven raise with the King 10 off to 3x, but then Ace Jack only raised to 2x. Now some players are just 3x openers no matter what.
Anthony's tormented here with a premium hand, King Queen suited, but with the opener under the gun, you know, they're going to profile Jeanette. They've been playing with her. They've got her profiled as being maybe a little tighter.
Yeah. Although she actually hasn't been playing tight at
That's
this
true.
at this final table.
Yeah.
Vu probably gonna commit his stack for 3 big blinds with Queen 10 off. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, now maybe he won't.
Pups is going to make the call from on the button. So he's got position. Of course, she's, Jeanette with this exact hand is, it's a coin flip with everything, every card in the whole deck.
Steven, I'm surprised to see him opt to defend the 10-4 off. I think you can just put that in the muck. And
Interesting flop. The under the gun razor. This board really favors Jeanette, and she checks it. So
yeah, that was a snap check. Pups with the Queen of Diamonds. I think it's okay to just check here. It looks like he might have other ideas though.
I don't mind him sprinkling a little bet out there just to, like for sure Steven is going to fold. The ranges, Steven's ranges completely capped, just calling from the blind, big blind.
Yeah, and he might not think Jeanette's checking range is all that strong.
If Jeanette comes over the top here, then
Yeah.
Pups just folds. But
yeah, I don't hate the bet. I just don't really know that you're getting anything better to fold or anything much worse to call, except for maybe diamond draws or maybe some straight draws. But does end up just taking it down.
But there's some value in just picking up the chips.
That's true. That's true. It's just the problem is just if Jeanette is opening a hand like Ace-9 suited from under the gun and then checking that board for pot control, you can get into a little bit of a tricky spot, but I don't hate the bet. It does take it down. And moving on to the next hand.
All right, the two leaders right next to each other are in the blinds this hand, and Vu is on the button.
Yeah, Vu has survived the blinds. He's got another orbit to get a good hand before he's going to be essentially forced all in.
Everybody has their eye on Vu right now.
How many times has Pups picked up Ace King? That's at least the second time.
He's had some good hands. Yeah, I think it's twice.
We need to get some more views.
Pretty sure it's twice this orbit.
Yeah.
Vu's got a suited 9-5. No, he's just gonna let it go.
Yeah, I think a lot of players get really impatient in Vu's spot and just are ready to go with any 2 suited cards. I like the patience from him, though,
Right.
and the
So
discipline.
we talked about it earlier.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah.
very, very patient guy.
Hit the nail on the head.
3 big blinds. He's not, not ready to jump out of the plane yet.
Because again, you triple once, you're up to 9, and you're a contender again.
Look at this. Jeanette just calling with an ace and immediately going to her stack on a paired board.
Does lead
How
out
much
here.
is it? 660 in the pot. She
Looks like
makes it
275.
275. So I don't know, maybe 45%ish.
Yeah, he's gonna defend his ace king here.
40%.
If it's really interesting if this gets tripled off.
On a paired board like that, you bet.
Yeah.
Now this may work. She's it's a
300K.
little small.
Yeah.
Quarter size, quarter pot bet. I think Brian's hand is probably just strong enough to call, even with ace high if he takes his time.
Yeah, he's asking, did she river a queen? Would she bet a 10 for value here? Would she check an 8?
But she let out on the flop.
Right,
See, that's
exactly.
the problem with this bet.
Right, and the problem is an 8. I don't know that an 8's going to want to check, and if an 8 does check the turn, I think it's going to go for a big bet on the river rather than that small size.
Also, it wouldn't check on the turn.
Right, I'm saying if you checked on the turn for deception, you want to go for the big raise to make up for the missed value.
Yeah,
on the
okay,
river.
I got you. Yep.
But I
I'm
think
with
that it
you
would
now.
probably just triple off. But
There's
nice
some
pickup.
movement there on the top of the leaderboard. You see Jeanette has now dropped to third. Pups.
That puts Pups in the chip lead.
Yep, Chups has 50 big blinds.
Yeah, I've been really liking the way he's been playing so far. And that play from Jeanette might work against some players who are not defending wide enough. Like, I think that there are players, I don't know if there's any at this table, that would just fold ace-king on a board like that sometimes, putting your opponent on. Because sometimes people will lead out there in Jeanette's spot with a hand like pocket fives. I've seen that happen a lot on those low paired boards. People will lead out thinking that their fives are probably the best hand.
Yeah.
And
in that case, it would have worked.
It might have worked.
Would have been the best hand. Vu with the suited king. He's jumping.
Just happy not to have 8 deuce again.
He had spades last time he was all in. He's got spades again, but he's got a slightly better hand.
Bethel makes the call with just snap calls. But
it was 120 to call,
I guess
think,
it's
right?
fine. Yeah.
It was
250
to win a pot of 860.
Well, he's still, but the thing he did get some chips. I forgot that he picked up a pot earlier.
He wants to end this right now and secure the Rounders belt. If Vu wins this hand, he's got a decent stack to work with.
Okay.
Oh, spades.
Gut shot for Beto, spades for Vu.
A lot of outs for Vu.
Oh, that's a 4.
But he's already ahead, so he doesn't have to do anything.
Hey, 4 ball.
Oh, no.
River's the 4.
Vu is eliminated in 8th place.
And he wins the belt,
And that crowns Beto, the
unofficially, but
unofficially the maniac.
Pretty sure he is the maniac.
The maniac calling with 4-3.
To river a 4. Yep.
Very appropriate.
Well, fellas, for me, I'm going to get on out of here and let you guys keep doing your thing, and I'm going to go home and watch and enjoy your commentary.
That sounds good.
Thanks for letting me hang out with you guys for a minute. Just, guys that are listening at home, watching at home, just keep an eye out for our Facebook, our social media. We have some things that will be coming up, some promos, some things we're going to be announcing, like our South Texas Poker Championship like we did last year. That'll be coming out in the next couple of weeks, months, that kind of thing. Everyone that came out for the Mania events, so we really appreciate you guys, all your support, and thanks.
Okay, Scotty, have a good night. Thanks for coming in.
Good to see you. Thanks for joining us in the booth. We'll see you later.
Hey, Buddha's deck change.
Yeah. Just in time. No.
Wow, would your butt they split the dick?
So I don't believe we said, but Vu is gonna walk away with 5,200.
5,200. That's right.
Not a bad pickup for a $400 buy-in.
Yeah, they just hadn't quite passed the chips over yet. So there we go.
8168.
Buyin good for 5,200 and a good battle.
Where's your
Good tournament, Boo.
Thank you. Just want to see who I'm which box
And
I'm pitching at. Oh,
we're down to 7.
yep, I gotta give that back. 9 of hearts. These are burning.
Yeah, and I believe Jay is probably our new shortest stack with 9 big blinds, or close to it. I'm not sure. So we've actually got some fairly deep stacks for a
For a final
For a
table.
tournament, yeah.
Actually, yeah. That's
couple of
true.
30-ish big blind
I think
stacks.
Anthony and Jay are about equal. They're both pretty low.
Looks like Rock just gets a
Oh,
walk
Anthony
there.
just picks up some, so he's now probably going to be ahead of. Take a look here. Yeah, he's now got 11 big blinds to Jay's 9.
Yeah, we've got 2 short stacks, 2 medium stacks, and 3 fairly sizable stacks. And again, like Beto and Ochoa here really want to outlast Rock and Jay as best as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Glory.
Super critical that you're aware of the stack sizes around the table.
At a final table, especially.
Everybody needs to know. They should be targeting or keeping an eye on Jay and Anthony.
Yeah, it's definitely easier for us to know exactly how many chips everybody has, but you can be eyeballing it to an extent.
When you're at the table, you have to actually count the chips.
And Steven going to come in for a raise with Queen 8 suited here in the hijack. And again, using the bigger sizing, that's, by the way, the blinds are up here. It's 160K big blind now, so they are increasing again. And I don't know what size Steven actually used.
Anthony's in the small blind with the raise in front of him.
Oh, excuse me. That was a min raise because we're on
2x.
We're on 160. Excuse me.
Anthony has pocket 10s. He's going to jam.
Yeah, that's going to go all in.
Jam it in their face, Anthony.
No shot that ever doesn't go in, and I think Steven's going to let this one go.
Chris with a little Hollywood. Lets it go.
Steven going to tank like he doesn't have Queen 8 suited.
Yeah.
I do not expect to see the money go in here. That would probably not be what you want to do. He looks like he calls? Okay, I stand corrected. I stand very corrected.
I'll tell you what. Anthony's going to I don't know. I don't know exactly how Anthony feels. I mean, you like the action, but God, you hate. I mean, he's got 3 outs.
He's
right?
praying for a hold. He's praying for a hold. I cannot believe the money just went in here. I cannot believe it. Safe flop.
A good flop for Anthony.
He wants a spade on the turn, and he gets one. That's a great turn card. 6% for Steven.
Something. 9.
9 is
so
no
Anthony
good.
with the double big pickup there.
That was insane. That was an insane call. I cannot
believe
believe he put the money in there.
Okay.
Oh man.
Well, we want to see that. I mean,
Absolutely.
what I mean to say is Anthony loves to see the action, right?
And Anthony going to be I think that was a 3.9 million chip pot.
That's
He's going
right.
to be one of our bigger stacks now.
Anthony up to 4, just a smidge under 4 million, and he is almost
4th place now.
Equal Jeanette.
3rd place now. Oh yeah, because Steven was on the top. Yeah, so he goes from 2nd to last up to 3rd off of that one hand. You can see that grin. He can't believe he just got called there.
From 6th to 3rd.
What a crazy spin. And now Steven's still got 20 big blinds to work with, but definitely doesn't have the stack that he did before that hand. That was crazy. Oh man. I've definitely been in those spots before where you get it in really good, like Anthony did there, and you're just praying for the hold.
Yeah.
It's always a good bad beat story if you lose
Oh
those spots.
gosh, that's what I mean. I mean, I don't know how you feel really when somebody calls you with that.
I think regardless of the result, you have to just be okay with it. And we see pups opening 7-6 suited under the gun. I think it's definitely a little wide, but I like it. I don't mind it with the other big stacks if you're willing to fold when a short stack jams. Because the 7-6 suited, I mean, you're going to be playing out of position a lot of the time is the rough part. And Jay deciding what he wants to do here. Probably doesn't realize his 10-8 offsuit is actually ahead.
Hmm.
But he does let it go. Don't blame him.
That was what was your word? Insane. That was woof.
What other word for it is there?
No, that's a perfect
Beto's
word.
not the only maniac at the table. That was a crazy hand.
Christopher Spalding in the chat along with others. Christopher Spalding is Bolo. What's up, Bolo? How are you? Kapunt.
Yeah, he's not happy.
Yeah, Spoder, I think that you're probably right. He probably ran really well once he got through the initial 14 bullets and spun up a stack and won a lot of got some situations like that. It worked out for him.
All six. Or caught by
Daryl Morado.
So we got another limp from Jeanette here.
Jeanette with a suited ace.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I think a lot of the limping range is going to consist of is.
And look, she's going to let pups see a flop with a dangerous hand. Little working man's hand, 8-6. Look at this flop.
That's a pretty safe flop for 8-6, especially against a limp. You're not going to be behind many hands.
Expect him to check to her, expecting a C bet from her. Oh, she checks behind. Okay. Now she's got a flush draw. She's never folding.
Yeah, I like the small bet. Actually, it's not that small. It's like half pot, but I like the choice to bet here. You can get value from a decent amount. And Jeanette makes a pair that is no good. And I think I'd like maybe a small bet from pups or a check and try to let her bluff. But
she's got showdown value, so she's going to check behind.
Yeah, I like either a small bet or a check from pups there. I don't. It's just if you think your opponent's gonna be bluffing when check two in a spot like that, I like a check. If you think that they're gonna call you with ace high type hands, then I like a bet. I think.
So we saw him check there, and earlier when they were in a hand against each other, we saw that she actually did check. I'm sorry, she did bluff at it. She bet.
Right on the river. You're correct. So I don't mind the check at all there. I definitely like it.
The what?
We see Beto here with ace king and +1. Looks like he goes for a raise to 425.
Put $3 in my wallet.
It's about 2.5x roughly. A little over 2.5x. Nobody else really has anything to play against him with.
Well, Steven has 2 cards. And he does make the fold. But he just has fewer chips to splash around, splash around with than he did. Jay now down to 7 big blinds.
Yeah, Jay now in dire straits. If he doubles up through one of the bigger stacks, he's still going to be in last place. But definitely not out of it yet. Just takes one or two doubles, and you're well back on your way. Back well on your way. Whatever. You ever just watch pre-flop and just think to yourself, man, most Hold'em hands just suck. They're just so bad.
That's true. Which is why when you see somebody playing a lot of hands, you kind of,
Yeah, you have to be suspicious.
Your antenna goes up.
Pop's definitely going to raise pocket fives on the button here.
He's got position, and he's got a good hand. You know, he's got pocket pair.
Expect to see a defend here.
I expect to see a defend as well.
Wow,
and
does let
she
it go.
folds.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's a little surprising.
Yeah.
Not that
And
it's
this is
right or
what-
wrong.
Yeah, I mean, this is what being an aggressive player can do, though. You can make people less. It's kind of paradoxical because you're opening and raising more hands. Now, pocket fives, of course, everybody I think is raising on the button with pocket fives there. But by raising more hands and playing more aggressively, more frequently, sorry, I got distracted by the screen.
Yeah.
Your opponents know that you can't always have a hand,
Right.
but it still disincentivizes them from getting involved with you because they don't want to be put in as many tough positions by going post flop. Because if you miss the flop with ace high, you know, what are you going to do then? Are you just going to check fold? Are you going to go for a bluff because you got showdown value? It can get a little bit more messy.
That's true. And here we see Anthony under the gun with pocket jacks. He's going to make
350 looks like.
make it 350 to go.
Yeah, it goes for a
And
little smaller sizing.
Ocho has already folded his suited connector. Reasonable. Pups has a hand.
Yeah.
Kind of thought about it, but
Yeah, discipline fold, I think. Jeanette going to call out of the small blind with pocket fours. Probably one of the few types of hands that you might be doing some calling out of the small blind with, like suited aces, maybe some small pocket pairs if you're just looking to set mine. Rock's actually got a pretty decent stack now. If you hit his set, you could get paid. And Rock sees a terrible flop for his hand, but a reasonable flop for his range.
right, that's the thing. He is under the gun, and he is smart enough to know that this board favors him.
Absolutely.
So I expect. Oh,
Does check it back. Does check it
I
back.
was just about to say I expect a bet.
The question is if he thinks that people are going to let go of a hand like a king, or maybe he thinks that his hand is just strong enough that he doesn't need to start bluffing with it. And Jeanette going to bet with the pocket fours here. This might actually work. It wasn't a small bet. It looks like 600K. And Rock in a really tough spot because he doesn't beat anything except diamond draws that might play this way. And he blocks some of the draws. He doesn't have a diamond, but he has like, she can't have as much queen jack or jack 10 type hands because of the two jacks in his hand. She could potentially have a 5. She could just have an ace. And yeah, I think he's just going to let it go. And this is the problem of not
He did that to
c-betting.
himself. Yeah, he made that hard on himself by not c-betting.
Absolutely.
There are times to c-bet. There are times to not c-bet. With two multi-way, it is multi-way.
Yeah.
He had two calls, but really Beto's hand was super capped, right? Just
Right.
calling from the big blind again.
Right.
I really think that situation there merited a continuation bet.
Yeah, it's just risk reward. You're risking. He raised to 350. Got two calls. The pot was like 1.1 million or so, and you can throw out a 400K bet, throw out a 300K bet. You're risking relatively little to take down a lot.
Shout out to Jeanette. I mean, she saw the way that things developed, the way that the hand was played. She saw an opening and went for it and took it, and she took down that pot that you're referencing.
And he might have some strong slow plays there that he decides to check. Hands like ace king, pocket aces, pocket kings might check that flop, try to give their opponent some rope. But I think there just aren't enough super strong hands that are going to check that flop that maybe Jeanette feels like it's okay to just attack there. And Jeanette, interesting choice to limp on the button. Beto not going to let the limp stand, I imagine.
Thank you. Raise.
I'd love to see Rock get frisky here with the king 3 suit. I don't think it's going to happen. And it would not go well for him.
No.
But I'd love to see it, though. That was one of the first big hands I played at a WSOP.
I got to tell you, that would never occur to me. In this particular
In this spot,
situation,
probably not.
No, I would not consider that.
That was I lost all my chips in a WSOP tournament by jamming king 6 suited for 5-bet jamming king 6 suited one time.
Interesting here. Beto checks, and she checks behind
And
him.
see, this is the danger.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe Jeanette may have checked before Beto. Maybe I saw that wrong.
I didn't see. And this is a spot where, as Beto, I kind of love. Wow, so she
She's
thinks she
got
has
a
the showdown
boat.
value. Yeah.
Beto has 2 boats.
I like a small size. Yeah, I like that small sizing from Beto here. Just trying to get her to call with the exact type of hand that she has.
She has a full house.
And a lot of hands are
And
going to be playing the board here.
He checked. Yeah, he checked the flop, so she can't give him credit for an ace,
Yeah,
right?
I'm surprised.
But
It looks like he showed the hand there, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw a king come out of his hand. I think he showed at least one card there, which is interesting. Yeah, I mean, as far as the pre-flop, I think attacking with king 3 suited is probably not the smartest move there. But if you think that Jeanette is capped by limping, and you think that Beto is going to aggressively attack that, maybe in some spots you can take that as an opportunity to be aggressive. If you think that both those things are true. Now, they were both obviously very strong in that spot. But if say Jeanette had like
for their exact hands, yeah.
Right, say that Jeanette has queen jack offsuit and Beto has like ace 6 suited or something.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, going to be the case a lot of the time. I think that those spots can win you a lot of chips.
Yeah,
But
no, I agree with that.
it just depends on how you want to play. I think it's unnecessary either way.
The thing is, though, for Anthony being where he is now and where he was, 30 minutes ago,
Sure.
At the bottom of the leaderboard, now he's got some chips.
Absolutely.
He can wait until he, actually has. There's some guys with some short stacks out there. Jay being one of them.
For sure.
ICM considerations, I just wouldn't go for it.
But it does cut both ways, because when you're under ICM pressure, your opponents are also under ICM pressure.
Absolutely. The thing is that the ICM guy is sitting on the sideline,
Right.
not involved in the hand.
Exactly. We see. Looks like Rock does raise the 6 deuce and take it down.
There we go.
Yeah, and I like
from the small blind, by the way.
Oh yeah, and I like the raise there with some really garbage hands like that. If you think your opponent is gonna underdefend there, which I think almost all players underdefend their big blind versus blind. I think I like having some trashy hands in your raise there in your raising range. Because if it doesn't work, you probably lose some chips, and if it does work, you can just print money by taking down that big blind and ante over and over again. Is Beto getting frisky with the 6-3 off? This is what I was saying. As soon as he secures the title, I want to see him get crazy, and he is heeding my wishes.
Gets past Anthony.
Ooh, and Jay with a tough decision.
Jay, only 6 big blinds. He, half his stack.
When you're this short, I think it's actually okay to start jamming hands like 7-6 suited, because they're going to have decent equity against a lot of hands. But he does opt to let it go.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a mistake.
Yeah, I don't either. I think for him to jam it without an opening is fine.
Right.
For him to jam over an opening, probably not fine. I'm not entirely sure of that.
When you're that short, I mean, you just have you're very rarely dominated. You have a lot of equity against, especially because Beto opened from, I think, the cutoff or something. So he's going to have a little bit of a wider range, but it's a little bit more gambly than you probably need to be. But when you're getting down to 6 big blinds, it gets a little bit tough.
Yeah.
You definitely don't need to jam there. I don't think it's a huge loss of EV to just fold it there, either way. And it probably is better as an open jam from late position than it is as a jam in the big blind over
Yeah,
open.
completely agree with that. Ochoa raising with queen 6 suited from the button. He's not going to get past pups. Actually, Jay
still
might.
has. Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised. This is a button raise, but he does let it go, and he spares himself. Although, honestly, if Ochoa opens and then Jay jams, I don't know if pups plays the king jack suited. I don't know.
Let's see. I
if he
think
thinks
he would.
Yeah.
Ochoa has 12 big blinds, so yeah, it might work.
I think the heads up, he's definitely going to be in there.
Yes.
Does opt for the call. I think that they're still deep enough that a call is fine here.
Let's be optimistic. You're gonna get it.
Interesting flop. 2 diamonds and a queen for Ochoa, and a gut shot for Pups.
Massive flop for Ochoa.
And if you're Ochoa, I think you're just trying to get the money. And wow, okay? I didn't know you were gonna get the money in that fast. But
Yeah, he's got 2 million. There's $1 million in the pot.
yeah, not the worst hand to just get it in with there. I think maybe you can go for like a large size on the flop.
Jay had 10 jack, remember?
Right,
He would have
right.
been open-ended.
Oh yeah, that would have been an action flop. Ochoa does take it down.
I'm calling. Whenever you bet, I'm calling.
Yeah, and I think that might be part of the not part of the problem, but maybe a case for jamming with the king jack suited and big blind versus button.
Uh-huh.
Especially with again with Jay being short stacked and Ochoa being at risk.
Yeah, massive ICM pressure.
With his exact hand, he's obviously I said that earlier, but I think Ochoa is a different player than Steven. I said that Steven would never be in there with the queen 8 suited. Let's see, big hand for Rock. Yeah.
Yep, ace king suited.
Looks like he's getting some folds so far.
Steven, he's dominated. King 10 suited. He's got a suited king of his own.
Looks like he's going for the
gonna
raise.
3-bet.
Wow. Surprised to see the 3-bet instead of the defend. Not shocked.
I think
but
it's okay.
I think it's fine too.
Anthony's
for sure.
in the hijack. He could be a little wider than than the Rock.
Right.
Than his name would indicate.
And Rock definitely not going anywhere with ace king suited.
So he's again taking inventory of his chips. It looks like he's got a head scratcher. Like he does. He could go a couple of different ways. He could just make the call. He could 4-bet.
Yeah, that's
He's
an
going
all-in.
to jam it in his face. Now Steven. I think this kind of allows Steven, or would allow me to make a decision, a perfect decision. Steven makes the call, an incorrect call. I think I would just fold the guy.
It's the problem with going so big on the 3-bet. He went 1.2 million on the 3-bet off of a 3 million stack. It's tough to.
I didn't realize he went that big.
Yeah, he did. He went huge.
See, again, that's what we talked about earlier.
Right.
You're burning more chips than you need to.
Yep, you bet big. And
oh my God, he
flops the joint.
Oh, God.
We're looking for a 10,
gosh.
and 10 does not come.
Okay, so this is what Spoder was referencing earlier. You're.
Oh man, that is rough for Anthony. I mean, he got it in good both times against Steven, but he only held once.
God.
That's a pretty brutal spot because that was a chip lead pot right there.
885,000. 2,885,000.
What a devastating flop.
Absolutely.
To Anthony.
I mean, that's a
huge flop for Steven.
That pot in terms of real dollars is probably worth at least $6,000-$7,000 if I had to guess, something like that. Pretty brutal. Probably worth more than that, honestly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He happened to cut it out.
Yeah, probably
it's hard to
six or
say.
7,000. I'm just completely estimating.
But right now, the next person out is 7,200. But Anthony, I believe, was in third place.
I think if he wins that, he would have been in first for sure. I think.
I think you're
close to it. Pups might still have more than he would have had. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you're being conservative on that. No, but you're on the right. That's on the right track. That's a good way of putting it.
It's worth thousands of dollars at the very least.
That bad beat was worth. Yeah, I mean, over 10,000. I would say.
Wouldn't surprise me. I don't.
I don't know how to do it.
I'm not smart enough to run the calculations on that, but it's not small potatoes. And we see Rock all in with ace 4 suited. That's Anthony, and gonna see some folds. Will Steven go for the killing blow here with the 10-8 suited? Interesting that he lets that go. I'm actually very surprised with what he had been calling with. Mm-hmm. And honestly, if Jeanette folds, that's a really good pickup for Anthony to just take down the what is it in the middle? 320K in the middle. He's more than happy to take that down without a sweat.
Yeah. That's
And
like
Jeanette-
almost 50%, 45% pickup.
And Jeanette's stack is not what it once was. Only 22 big blinds. I mean, the all-in's only for like 4.5 big blinds or so, but you still don't want to lose
She's
that.
cutting out calling chips. She wants to see what her stack will look like if she makes the call.
Yeah,
And
it does
she
let it go.
ultimately opts to. He shows an ace. So just to let them know he's not desperate, even though he is.
Yeah, and he's back up to 1 million, 6 big blinds. Not where you want to be, but it looks like, I was going to say Jay and Rock are probably both down near the bottom. Both of them are really going to be trying to outlast the other. It's a pretty significant pay jump. I think it's like $22,000, $2,700, something like that. 2,600.
Yep. Oops. Get that off of there. Anthony under the gun. Folds a 9-3 offsuit.
And now
Jay, we're going in. Hop in.
Let's see if the ace-4 offsuit, or ace-4 suited, works for him as well as it did
Go ahead, Jay.
for Rock.
No parachute needed. Get in there.
Does jam it in.
Suited wheel cards for Jay.
And Jeanette going to call with the ace-10. Going to have him in bad shape, especially with Beto folding a 4. That's unfortunate.
Well, I guess he's going to be aiming for spades then.
Heads up, guys.
Good luck, Jay.
Still 33% to win.
Spades versus ace or not.
Not as bad. With a folded 4, I'm actually surprised it's not worse.
And
2 to 1.
Needs a 4.
Well, only a 4.
And that's actually going to be a chop, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Ace 5-5 King Jack. That's a chop.
Wow.
Jay survives. Pretty much the best result you can hope for with getting it in.
Yeah,
in that
he'll
rough of a spot.
gladly take that.
Yeah. It took me a second to read the board. I was like, I want this to be a chop, but I don't know that it is. And he survives by the skin of his teeth. So now him and Anthony just had to pay the big blind, so that's gonna take a chunk off his stack. I was gonna say they're about dead even now.
They are dead even.
Yeah. Before paying the big blind at least.
Before the big blind.
probably nobody else, but
He's the only one.
right.
Ochoa with pocket 10s here. 18 big blind stack. Yeah, I think you can still go for the small raise. You definitely don't have to be jamming under the gun for 18 big blinds.
Would it make
in a
it
spot like
400?
this. Yeah, it does make it 400.
400. Mm-hmm.
And again, this is a spot where an aware player can really make your life miserable.
Oh,
with
no
the two.
kidding. Can you imagine?
with the two small stacks.
Can you imagine if Brian just jams in over the top?
Oh, yeah. Looks like nobody has anything that they're going to... Wow, those are some truly horrific hands that I just saw on the card reader. And Ochoa's just going to pick up the blinds.
Yes, that was my nickname before. That's so funny.
Man.
Don't worry. Yeah.
Yeah, because when I stacked it...
I still can't believe that flop.
With the King 10, King 10 versus Ace King.
Jack 9.
Yeah, that's just brutal. There's just nothing you can do as Anthony there. There's just no way that you can play that differently. Pups here with Ace Queen. And a pretty significant stack, 6.6 million.
400 to go from Pups. Jeanette makes the call. And Ochoa folds, so we're heads up.
Nothing much for either player. Check.
8 pairs of board. I think Brian might sprinkle a little offering out there. 1.1 million in the pot. No, he opts to check.
And he called Jeanette down with ace high one time. And this is a good board to do it on. If he checks again, tries to pick off a bluff here. We'll see.
Jeanette might think her king is good enough to win, so she should check behind.
Yeah. Looks like it goes check down. Excuse me, check down to the river.
Yeah.
And Pups'
Yeah.
ace queen will take it down.
Bolo in the chat asking, yeah, is a very good question. How do you boost viewership on the video? Well, hit that thumbs up button, buddy. Hit that like and subscribe button for us. You get us to show up on your activity there. Our channel will show up a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like final table stream. I mean, cash streams are always fun, but something about final table streams is just different, you know. There's so many more dynamics at play than there are in cash.
Yes, for sure.
That's why I love watching final tables.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's why when we have our cash games, the live stream, here we see Anthony going all in with an ace. There's a lot more conversation, a lot more chatty players, and then on the final table live streams that we have, not as much talking, but everybody's engaged. They're all watching the action. All the players are watching.
Right. It's much more of a focused vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Jay probably just gonna let this go. Yeah, upset that he doesn't have anything to defend with, but he gives a smile as he folds. And that's actually a rough hand for Jay, as Rock is going to come back into the lead against him.
Jay, last week when I had to take the final table, was sitting there. That's all I got. I got 9 deuce, 10 deuce.
Now, something to keep in mind, if you haven't noticed, is
So did you start to feel
the
pressure
ante in this
to
tournament is
or
actually
no?
half a big blind, not a full big blind. So
Yeah.
short stacks can survive a little bit longer than they would in a full big blind ante game.
Yeah, it's a good point. Most of the times when you go play tournaments where there's antes, and they almost always have antes, the ante is the amount of the big blind.
Right.
So
Exactly.
and the big blind will post their big blind, and then the same amount will go in the middle for the ante. Here at Rounders, our format is a little bit different. It allows for more play.
I've actually always liked the half big blind ante personally. It just feels like the tournament turns into a shove fest a little bit less than it does with the full full ante. And we've got Jeanette raising the ace-8 suited. I like the defend from Pups. Maybe when you're both somewhat deep, maybe you can 3-bet sometimes.
This is an interesting flop here.
Yeah, flush draw for Pups.
Yeah, Brian flops the flush draw, and she checks behind.
Quick check back. Interested if Pups, he does opt to just check. When she checks back twice that quickly, it's tough to put her on much of anything. And the backdoor clubs also get there. Does just give it up.
Brian missed an opportunity to
It's very possible.
take down that pot there.
Maybe when she checks that quick, maybe he's putting her on a jack that's probably not going to fold, something like that. But, it's I think that those really quick checks are often going to not be a super strong hand. If you play live, I think that very rarely are snap checks going to be a strong hand.
That's why I think maybe on the turn, when she did snap check behind him, he could have. I mean, he had equity. He had the equity to do it.
Right.
Sometimes you might see an opening and just go for it and put a bet out there.
You'd probably rather do it on the turn than
But
on the river.
It was appropriate for him to do it on the turn.
But it's always easier to say that when you can see the cards. But I just think from a live player perspective, those snap checks. Now sometimes the snap check can mean snap check, and then especially if you see snap check, snap call, that means they're not folding. In my experience, usually.
Yeah, it looks kind of like a draw.
But we see Beto. Wow, Beto lets go the Jack 10 suited after the end of the gun open. Rock, I think, going to be all in here with the King Queen.
This is about as good as you can hope for.
Yeah. He might feel again with the half. Wow, does let it go. I'm not shocked to see that, but I'm definitely a little bit surprised. Again, that's sort of a function of the half big blind ante. I think that if it was a full big blind ante, he would probably be shipping it there more because he's going to have less opportunity to see another hand.
Yeah, there's more to play for, and there's he's going to be a lot of pressure on him when the blind gets to him.
Steven probably not expecting his 5-3 offsuit to be dominated, but it is in this spot, and probably just going to be Jeanette taking this down with a bet here. Does take it down.
No, stay over here.
I know, right? I went to sleep.
Yeah, and Anthony would have been in trouble on that flop. Might have saved his tournament life by not jamming there. Would have been drawing basically to just a jack in that spot.
Fold 6.
Oh. Too many.
Queen six offsuit. Anthony just wondering if that's.
Yeah, I don't think that there's really anything to think about here. I think that's yeah, I think you just let that one go. Again, 6 big blinds, you're going to get to see hands.
Yeah,
you know?
there's too many people behind him to jump off the cliff there with that queen 6 off.
You're only losing 2 big blinds in orbit, which is obviously significant, but, you know, it's a lot different than losing 2.5 big blinds in orbit when you've only got so many to start with.
He wants placement.
Pops makes it 375 to go with the king 9 offsuit.
See, I'm very surprised to see the king 5 suited snap fold there.
Yeah, I am too.
I think you, especially against a button open, I think you can defend all your suited kings.
Elbow.
See Anthony with a half smile there, trying to put on a brave face, but that was a brutal beat.
Yeah, hoping to at least ladder up against Ray, the other short stack.
Here we go.
It's a $2,600 ladder.
Tell her she needs to get back here. He asked her and she left.
Oh, Laura.
9.
And he is all in with the ace-5 suited here, pretty standard jam.
Yep, he's under the gun, but that doesn't matter as much with his stack.
No, it's
People are just gonna.
suited ace. You're putting it in. Jeanette asking how much it is.
She wants to know how it's gonna affect her stack. She's got a hand that could call. 24
Yeah, and
big
she's
blinds.
chipped up a little bit. She'll still be at 3 million if she loses this hand, which I think she was at like 2.4 million earlier, which it would have been a big
She does
a
make
bit
the
worse.
call.
Yeah, does call. Beto gonna let that go, and this is a significant pot for either player to win. 2.3 million in the middle.
Beto's gonna. I'm sorry, not Beto. Anthony's gonna be happy with this call. I mean, I guess he would rather take it down pre-flop without any fight, but still, he likes his spot. Oh my gosh!
He's got a gutter and backdoor diamonds.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit the diamond.
Jack or
It's a
diamond.
sweat.
Jack or diamond. Nope.
Yeah.
Jeanette's gonna knock Anthony out of the tournament.
I think he's gonna be having nightmares about King 10 tonight.
Eesh.
That's an unfortunate turn of events for Anthony.
Good game though. Nice tournament for Anthony. Anthony has been eliminated.
Now down to 6 players, if I'm not mistaken.
We are down to 6 players. Anthony takes home $7,200.
Again, not bad. This is a $400 tournament. That's what is that? 18x your money?
Yep.
Can't be too upset about that. And we're almost in the 5-figure payouts here.
That's right. Next 6th place finisher is going to take home just under $10,000.
I'll just throw it away. I feel like a one hand.
We are 6-handed now. We'll see if the players, when we start to get down to 6, 5-handed, the ranges are in theory going to loosen quite a bit. We'll see if that actually is reflected in the play.
But Jay, with the big winner there, laddering up.
Oh, for sure.
Because he was so low.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're super happy to ladder up there if you're Jay. Jay just hasn't had many opportunities to get involved, really. And Ochoa waking up here with jacks in the big blind off of Pups' raise. He does decide to ship
This is one of those situations. It looks like the players are on break now. After this is the last hand, they're going to break, and this is one of those situations where Pups has to be wondering, is Chris making a move? You know, lots of times people have a thing about playing hands right before the break or right on the break.
Right, and I think sixes is just going to be a fold here. most of the time because I don't think we've seen Ochoa jam much pre-flop. I don't actually know if we've seen, since he's gotten up to this stack depth at least, I don't think we've seen any jams pre-flop. And again, with sixes, you're just praying for a flip and praying to not be in this exact situation.
This situation, yeah, he's 80-20 here.
Like you'd much rather have like ace queen or maybe even like ace jack here if your pups I think are both better options than pocket sixes.
He doesn't really have to gamble here. Brian's done a good job.
Let me see. Oh, yeah. Get out of here, guys.
They both show it.
That's good, good. All right, so the players are on break, so we're going to take a little break. On the way out, do us a favor, hit that like and subscribe button if you're enjoying this content. And Michael and I will be back in just about just a few minutes. Not sure how long this break is.
Probably 10 minutes.
And you play all the time. What are you talking about? I work here. I work here. What's so funny? I was down to the dump and I hacked him up for Vegas. No, facts. Facts. You know I'm never making a move on you. You know that. You can do that and then I'm not trying to do it. You think I'm making a move on you? Yeah, but I'm not. I was making a move.
John, are we coloring up?
Yes.
Thank you. I thought so, but I wasn't positive.
$150?
Yes.
$200, 50, 100, 150, 200.
That left him alive. That's always good.
You didn't do Anthony any favors.
No. Nope.
That was brutal. 75.
Yes.
Oh,
Sorry, I should have those ready for you.
no, you're good. All good. I'm just trying to see if I can get more purple on the table. But
I got
what
lucky
we
on
got there?
the
100?
river.
And then I'll take 2 pink, please.
I did miss.
You
Can
mean
I
two
show her one more
cranberry.
card?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's
Did I
worth
give
it.
him the two? Oh, you already
It's
raised
worth
it up.
every
Yeah, I did.
I call. I have a set of sense.
See how you
I
act.
told you I got lucky on the river.
Get one, you get one.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my God.
That's old school.
That's the one I was just dealing with. But like I said, I didn't feel any syrup.
That was the fucking go-to saying.
You ever pull
Rub
a
it on
beauty
my titties.
contest card and you had to walk
Rub it on my
around
titties.
and
It's a $50 bill, dude.
walk like in a beauty pageant? Oh, flopping the set here, Skrilla. How much better can he run
The
tonight?
best one was Stan
And he's
for Jungle Man and
somebody's
Dwan.
leading out into him.
That was actually a more recent one, but
Must be good. The check raise is always nice.
y'all remember
Unless
that one?
Mike getting a
So
little
they
frisky
did
here.
Well,
seriously Stan.
Skrilla folded. Oh no, who was that that folded? Rocket?
don't remember it offhand.
Oh,
I know
man.
I've seen them all.
Skrilla's getting super cagey with the flat here.
Tournaments in San Antonio.
Well, no, because now the draws get there.
It said like Chasley
You gotta lead out.
I forgot. No, it said like,
This Chasley, I think.
was it, yeah, Chasley. And I saw your picture and I was like, this dude
Will
looks
Mike
like a
gamble with him?
molester.
Spades?
Good reading. You didn't even know? Once or
Oh,
twice.
he does.
Because I always look like month over month.
It's all in.
But you
Gambles with him.
play tournaments. So I was like, dude, I was
Straight draw, flush draw.
And I
Flush
didn't
draw,
like-
straight draw. Got there both ways.
Made the straight and made the flush.
Because I commented, you're like, you're on the starting lineup. I was like, I got a flight. No, and if people can't shoot it, that was fine.
It's a big play.
Look at Rolex with the 3-bet.
And he's dominated.
Jazz with a pair. Jazz with a flat with a pair there.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop.
There's a pair.
Oh, we got so close.
Set.
Got a straight draw from Rolex Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky Rogers, have you ever been
Got shot.
You can see that. Jazz with
Back
the.
door.
How'd you get that name?
Oh, that's a good card.
Rolex will continue firing.
2 street.
9-10 is already there, though.
Yeah.
Go set.
He's all in.
Oh,
Quads.
That's it.
4 fours.
Just a little quads. 4 4s.
A lot of fours.
You only got no one number.
Chaz, what are you going to do here?
I'm gonna absolutely annihilate her. It's
Bubbles, why do you believe in yourself?
Give it my all.
Chaz,
like
you don't
ask
have to
for.
say, but how much LBs do you think you have on Bubbles right now?
LB?
A lot. The number is a lot.
What's an LB?
Pounds. Were you in some sort of like arm wrestling school that we don't know about?
I think that's good. I can't discuss that. Okay. What's the line? What's the
The
line?
line is Chaz wins.
Yeah, he's at minus 500.
The line is no shot.
Alright, ready?
You ready?
Bubbles, remember the technique I told you.
You
I think that there's going to be some shenanigans right here.
Wait, I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Oh, wow. I hope she beats him really bad.
You ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Wait, how does this work?
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war.
Are you betting 100 on this as well?
I'm gonna wait this just happened.
Jeez, I can't follow the action close enough. Okay, she lost in this too.
Chaz gonna call on the button with ace deuce of spades. It does just call.
Yeah.
And Zach, we'll see if he goes for the. Yeah, it does elect to just flat this time with the queen 10 suited.
Although Preston's not going to have many 8s here.
Yeah, if anyone's gonna have 8s here, or excuse me, an 8 here, it's definitely gonna be Zach in the big blind. And with the hard draw, I would not be shocked to see a raise here, but he does just call.
Oh, wow. That's a turn.
That is a turn. Does like to check, and I think Preston's probably going to continue betting for value.
Yeah, and now Zach, with not that much, might just go for. Oh, looks like he's going for somewhat of a min raise. Not exactly, but a little over a min raise here. The problem is, I'm not sure if you're folding if it doesn't boat up anyway.
That's a good point, yeah. We've all told ourselves, I'm folding if this doesn't boat up. And then
Yeah, he added on right after the last hand.
yeah, and he is gonna shove. And
I guess
Preston-
snap called.
Wow, I'm surprised to see the snap. I guess he kind of already decided that he was gonna commit his hand.
Chaz with the jacks. 2 red jacks.
That's JJ's hand.
Does JJ have anything he can compete with? He does.
He
Texas
does.
Poker Champ with the ace queen.
Chaz is going to try to beat JJ with JJ.
JJ coming in for the re-raise makes it 150. And then Chris has
He's going to call with 7s.
7s. Yep, he started with 1,500. It looks like maybe 1,600. He's going
I'm out of position.
Chaz makes it 500. It looks like JJ's going to make the
He's
call.
going to look him up.
Chris decides no. $1,100 pot. Chaz puts out what looks to be $250.
It's not enough equity there. I don't think I would make the call. I think I want a little bit more connectivity.
I need some music. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah,
Right.
definitely.
Put my mic down. This is difficult. Something.
You
Yesterday,
got
they're been to jazz yesterday, right?
Yes.
Sing good. Sing, bro. Sing? Yeah, we need.
Oh.
I
No,
want
no.
me to sing for them. 4 or 5 goals. Good ball, Beto. Why not? Karaoke. Good ball.
And we're back.
100, 200 with a 100.
Yeah, we do need some music.
Anything good, Beto? No? I'm gonna go slow.
Okay.
Dude, I
Thank you for
swear,
joining
man,
us for the $200,000 guarantee of the final table of the Rounders MAYnia,
Hang on, I'm letting
the
them go.
Memorial Day
Okay,
MAYnia
so
event.
they're hot, huh? 2, 4, 5 gold. Beto made it 400, and then gold.
We are 6-handed.
And if Beto didn't have it at 7-handed, he definitely has it at 6-handed as far as the MAYnia Championship goes.
Yes, I am Rude in the booth, and with me is Michael Largent. Michael is referring to the leaderboard. There was $10,000 set aside for the entire series, the MAYnia series that we had, and
basically better placements, you get more points.
Exactly.
Throughout the month of May on all the tournaments.
Top 9 finishers for the month are going to share their portion of $10,000. And Beto, they're in seat 6, outlasting 7th place is going to be, we believe he's guaranteed first place in the leaderboard, good for $4,000.
And this cool, it looks like a wrestling belt. It says Rounders MAYnia on it.
That's right, and the belt.
And Pups with Queens, I think this is the first really premium hand. Oh, Jay, so unfortunate. Jamming in the small blind, 10-5 suited, running into Pups as Queens. Guy has not been able to catch a break. He's in rough shape, and I think we might see a quick exit here from Jay unless he gets some serious help here. Really unfortunate spot for him.
It really is.
And he's pretty much, I think he's drawing dead on the flop.
Runner 10,
yeah.
I guess, but yep, that's going to be
turn.
It there. Oh,
you got that, Phil.
Makes a 10.
Did not.
Oh, hey, GG, Jay.
Jay still outlasting all the short stacks. It's obviously unfortunate to get eliminated, but there was no clear path for him to get back to a big stack without winning multiple flips in a row.
Right.
So, you can't be too upset about the 6th place there because he did outlast all the other small stacks.
Absolutely right. He just by outlasting Anthony, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really he could have gone out in 8th place.
Absolutely. And he laddered up $4,500
right.
from outlasting Rock and Vu. So, out at 6th, GGJ, thanks for playing. And we're down to 5-handed now. And over when we came back from break, you can see the big blind is up to 200K here. Nobody exceptionally short at this point, though.
That's right.
We see Pups go for a limp, and Steven going to go for the raise with the ace-deuce off. I actually like this play from Steven. Putting Pups in a tough spot. Yeah, and he does let it go.
Yeah, I think if he had clicked it, if he had made it 400 to go, I think Brian probably would have taken a flop.
Right,
but
agree. And ace-deuce is, you're pretty much okay with just taking it down pre-flop in that spot. If you're going to split your raise sizes.
There we go. There's our leaderboard. See, Pups is still at the top of the leaderboard with 34 big blinds, and Chris is our short stack. But really, I mean, he's equal with Beto.
And he's still only, he's half the chip leader, so
yeah,
one hand can put anybody in the lead.
Absolutely right. Yeah, I say short stack, but the thing is, one hand.
And 5-handed, I think it can get really volatile with short stacks 5-handed if people are jamming appropriately wide.
Yeah. 777, right? I'm gonna play the 6-handed.
Pups looks like he's thinking with the 7-3 offsuit here. Yeah, does let it go. And Steven just gonna call.
Here's a limp. Steven with a suited queen. And this time Jeanette has an ace. She has the ace-deuce and opts to just check behind.
Flop neither player is going to be too excited about. Steven opting for a lead and a large lead.
Big one.
Looked like at least 500K, might be 600K.
Pot size bet.
Does take it down.
It works. He takes it down that time. It's just, it's interesting because you know, that move will work with less money. It
Right.
doesn't have to
It
go
will
so
often
big.
work, yeah.
Let's say she flops, maybe she has Jack 6 in her hand, you know,
Right, exactly.
and
She could have any 2 cards there. I mean, I think when you go, it's always like the bigger raise size, you know. You are going to fold out more with the bigger raise size. Are you going to fold out top pair? No. Are you going to fold out second pair? Probably not on the flop. But you might start folding out like a 6 on that board, you know. You might start folding out some like gut shots, like 10-9 that might call to a small size. So it's not, I think in spots like that, it's not a disaster to go big. But when you're in bad shape, you're definitely not getting them to go away.
it's pretty polarizing.
Yeah, for sure. And Jeanette going for a big raise. That looks like 800K blind v blind. And Beto just going to let go of the 10-6 suited.
Nothing
And again,
to think about
he would have defended that to a smaller raise. You know, he might even defend that to 3x. I wouldn't be surprised. But 4x, he's just going to be letting it go.
Chad. What's up, IT Chad? Chad is in the chat. Chad. And Bolo shouting out for Ochoa.
For a good time.
Pops with a suited King 9
We need music, okay?
under the gun.
You guys are harassing us.
I can't make everybody.
They don't have music back here, do they? No.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of larger raise sizes going 2.5x.
Yeah, 525.
Ochoa going to let it go.
This is not going to last too long.
You can see how that where they settle in on
Right.
their openings. It's, you know, we've had
I would turn on my
we've had some limps, we've had some min clicks, we've had
They won't.
2.5x.
Yeah, we haven't seen
3x.
much limping this. I think Jeanette's been the only player that's actually limped, other than being in like the small blind and limping at this final table so far. Have not
Yeah,
seen
that's
much
right.
limping.
It's true.
But I wouldn't be surprised at these stacks if we start seeing it a little bit more, if people aren't being aggressive and aren't punishing it.
Bento wear headphones? Yeah, they told me to ask you. Four folds, 5.
And speaking of limping, right on cue,
Yeah, they told me to ask
we do see Jeanette limp the ace-5 off. And Beto looking, yeah,
Beto
does let go. He looked a little bit devious there. And now Pup's going to get to see a free flop with the 8-3. This is as always, this is the danger of limping. Flop that neither player is going to be too excited about. I like the check here from Pups. So like earlier when Pups, I think, actually had 8-3 offsuit in the big blind in a limped pot, the board came out, I think, 7-6, 5-6, and I liked that he chose to attack that board. Does actually attack on the turn here.
And it works.
Yeah, it does work, but I think that's a board that I would, in general, attack less, just because I think, again, a lot of it's going to be like Broadway-type hands that are going to connect decently well. If she has king-queen, she might check that board sometimes, and you're not going to get that hand to fold, but it does end up working. She lets go of the ace-high. And even ace-highs, I expect some ace-highs to defend there.
The solver?
Maybe not ace-5, but certainly some ace-highs.
2-1.
They're calling me the solver all day yesterday. Bro, we're making some sick calls.
5.
6 just solver.
9 folds.
It's even picking up a very reasonable hand, especially when his opponent's got the Jack-5 offsuit here. Pup's going to go for a raise.
Blind versus blind action here. Pups is raising.
The question is if Steven decides to just complete, or just call the raise, excuse me, or if he decides to re-raise. And if so, what size he's going to choose. Because we saw him earlier re-raise pre-flop to a very large size.
Okay.
And it looks like we're going to see the large size again. It looks like 1,700, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
1.7 million. I mean, not 1,700, obviously.
1.7 million, yeah.
Pup's obviously going to let it go here.
See, well, Brian had a bad hand.
Right.
But if he had anything marginal, let's say he had like Queen 10, that raise is so massive. It just allows Brian to make an easy decision and just fold.
Right.
I guess I'm just, I don't know if I'm being picky, nitpicking the bet sizing, but things like that matter.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, it's also, I think, you have to look at the metagame of it, and if I think Brian's been definitely the most aggressive player on this final table, and you can use that large bet size as a way to neutralize his aggression. You can use that as a way to not really give him any ammo to fight back. Whereas if you go for like a min click, like a 1.1, 1.2 million bet there, and you let yourself go post flop with a player that's aggressive like Brian, you can put yourself into more difficult spots.
That's absolutely true. The problem is, though, sometimes the small blind is going to be raising with kings or queens.
For sure.
And, again, you've used more chips than necessary.
We see top pair here for Steven, middle pair, and some backdoors here for Jeanette. And, again, that large sizing. This is the type of hand, she does call quickly, but this is the type of hand that I think that the large bet sizing puts a lot of pressure on. And I believe both players turning the same gut shot here. Both of them with a gut shot to a 5 would be a complete disaster if a 5 came on the river here. And again, bets 900K into the pot of about 1.5 million. So going for about the 2/3 size.
Pot is getting big.
And she does let it go. And Steven actually picks up 2 sizable pots and takes the chip lead again. After getting knocked down earlier to about 3 million, he's now, just below.
Well, you're right. No, he's tied, yeah. He's right up there with Pups.
And takes down a couple of very sizable pots.
But they're still grouped pretty tightly, though. Ochoa, really, not that far behind.
No, not at all. And still anybody's game. It just takes one flip to go your way for Ochoa to be at the top of the leaderboard or close to it.
This isn't going to be the one.
Probably not. Pups here with the pocket 4s. Excuse me. Gonna go for a raise here, I imagine. Steven just going to let go of his weak ace. And Beto waking up here with ace-jack and only 14 big blinds. I was going to say, I would not be surprised to see the jam. And I don't think Pup's going to ever call this here, even though it is a flip in this specific instance.
Yeah. Same situation that we talked about earlier. Best case scenario, it's a coin flip.
Worst case scenario, you're in this spot, and
before the break, remember he had 6s,
right.
He had head scratcher. Ochoa had jacks. Wow. They talked about it afterward. Brian knows he could be in the same situation. Or it's even worse than 6s.
Right, because I do think Beto can be jamming pocket 5s there against the cutoff open.
Yeah.
I think pocket 5s are a pretty slam dunk jam there from Beto, and. If you're dead, you're dead or flipping. It's just like we talked about earlier. And I mean, sometimes you'll be up against maybe like ace deuce suited, ace 3 suited, but that's like best case scenario for you. And maybe occasionally, if Beto's feeling wild, pocket deuces or pocket 3s, but the vast majority of the time, it's not going to be those hands. And I think that what can happen here, if you're Pups, is you get in your own head a little bit about like, am I opening too wide? Am I just getting unlucky that people are waking up with hands? Am I doing anything wrong? And a lot of times the answer is no. You're just running into hands that put you in a tough spot.
Yeah, that's a good point. He might take it down, the aggression down just a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, possibly.
Like Earlier he raised with, was it Jack 5 or something?
That was blind versus blind. Yeah,
Mhm.
he did raise the Jack 5. Which, if your opponent's under defending, is probably not
No,
the
it's
worst,
totally
but
fine. The thing is, though, he's lost a couple of pots just,
great jam by
making
here.
reasonable plays.
Great jam here by Ochoa, by the way. A lot of people would just check in this spot, and I love that he's going for the aggressive route here. And he does snap take it down. And, I mean, that's 500K plus his big blind that he took down.
Yep.
And going to make a lot of chips off of that. I really like that he went for the jam there instead of just checking, because that actually puts him ahead of oh, no, excuse me, it doesn't. It doesn't. He's still below below Beto.
Well, he's got, but he would have been farther.
barely,
yeah. Could have been farther behind had he not done that, depending on the outcome of the flop.
Yeah, because, I mean, if you get somebody to fold, like, the exact types of hands that they had, I mean, Beto had a better ace there, and Jeanette had 10-9, which is going to have plenty of equity. Getting them off those hands in a spot like that is huge.
Yeah, my chair just
breathing when somebody's on me.
Deep breaths. Could be an ASMR stream now. Fold for 4 or 5. Fold for 6.
Ochoa going to have queen 10 here. Curious if he'll take it for a raise or a limp. Looks like he's grabbing raising chips. And I think Pups probably has to defend a king here, even to this slightly larger raise sizing. And again, all the pots now are just going to be ballooned. You know, this is already 1.2 million in the middle. Nobody really flopping much of anything. Both players going to check. Repeat 8 is not a bad card for Pups at all. He might think his king high is
board,
good.
yeah, this board really, Brian could just claim this one if he chooses to. He might think he has showdown value, which he does.
And a pretty great run out without making a pair for Pups, and he's going to pick up a sizable pot there.
Yeah, 500,000 chips going his way.
Yeah, I mean, just a blind versus blind 2.5x raise and a call. There's already 1.2 million in the middle. Every pot at this stage counts.
You see the upper right-hand corner of the screen, we'll see this 5 players left out of a total field of 662.
And the pay jumps now are getting significant as well, especially in the top 3. So next pay jump is 2,800. Then after that, it's almost a 5,000 money jump. So really, 5th to 4th, this is a pretty big one to make it too.
Jeanette raising under the gun with King 10 offsuit, and Beto right behind her with a premium makes the call in position.
Yeah, I could see King Queen suited being one of the few hands that you might want to flat in that spot. I think you can't go too wrong with jamming it either. I'm actually surprised to see Pups complete out of the small blind here. I think that's a little wide with Jack 10 off. You're not getting that much of a discount in the small blind. And you're going to be playing the hand out of position, and it's going to interact badly. Unless you get that flop.
Everyone but Ochoa in this hand.
Oh, excuse me. This is exactly my point. I forgot Jeanette had King 10. This is exactly my point, is that Jack 10 looks good on this board, but you're going to be so often dominated by better hands that you can get into these spots that you wouldn't be in if you just folded it. Oh, wow. And he's actually opting for a lead into 3 players here. This hand's going a little off the rails here.
Well, see, this is...
And this is the problem. And that was a snap all in. I'm never calling if I'm Pups here when the all in is that quick. I'm sorry. I'm just snap folding.
Well, he's got top pair. She's the under the gun raiser, so
she can have aces, kings, queens, jacks,
ace, king,
ace 10 suited, king 10 suited, queen 10 suited. I mean, she's got king 10 off here, but for the sake of.
But for the range, I'm not sure. I don't really know if the king 10 off is really supposed to be in their range.
Right, but
here it is.
Exactly.
We're looking right at it.
I think that the only thing that you can beat is is flush draws. I don't think there's ever a stone cold bluff in here, and maybe queen jack, but I think even queen jack doesn't jam that quickly. I think she takes a minute to think about it or just calls. Really, you're just hoping she has like an ace high flush draw here, and you're not even in good shape against a hand like ace king suited, ace queen suited. Even if she's only got one over, a hand like king queen of diamonds, you're not in great shape against either. And that's best case scenario. I think usually this is just going to be like pocket jacks or pocket queens when you see this, but I just think that this was a few mistakes compounded to cause the situation with the completing pre-flop. I think Jack 10 off in the small blind a little wide to play out of position.
Yeah.
And then I think leading into the field.
His hands on the chips. So the thing is that Brian's got to think about what are the hands that are possible for her to be raising there. And you mentioned kings and queens, aces. How many of those hands are there? How many straight draws are there?
I mean, we look at over pairs. That's 6 combinations of aces, kings, and queens each. That's 18. And then 3 combinations of jacks. That's, 21 combos right there, just off the cuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just I can't think of anything that you're beating outright except for like nut flush draws and king high flush draws, and that's just not enough of her range there to make this profitable call, I think, because I just don't see this as a stone cold bluff with like ace king ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With the snap jam with 5 players left on the final table, I'm just really hard pressed to find any stone cold bluffs here.
His body language looks like he's going to call to me. I don't know. He just doesn't. He looks dubious. Now he's got his cards in his hand. I think he looks more like a folding formation.
He's really, really in the blender here. He wants to let it go, does let it go, makes a disciplined fold.
Mm-hmm.
And to his credit, it's respectable to save yourself in a spot like that and not compound your mistakes. And I think that a lot of players will be like, well, I made it this far. I can't fold top pair at this stage of the tournament. I've got to go with it. And I like that he slowed down and really thought the hand through and made a disciplined fold. What's actually funny is that he would actually rather be up against an overpair than the actual hand he was up against. He would have more equity against an overpair than he does against a better 10.
He isn't in a position where he needs to gamble.
Exactly. And he's still going to have a respectable stack. I think he lost 900K that hand, or close to $1 million.
Yeah, he's still, I think...
Still 6.2 million.
Leader, yeah.
Still 31 big blinds. That's plenty of playability left. And
3 bigs behind Steven after that misstep.
Yeah.
Was what it was.
Yeah, and still doing, and that's after the raise to 425. They're actually, I think, dead even before the raise or close to it. And he's still in a fine spot. And calling off his stack there would have been unfortunate.
But you see, this is his state of mind. I mean, that hand just happened, and here he is on the dealer button, still playing, with a 7-5 suited. So.
Yeah, it looked like Jeanette actually led there.
She did. She got out in front of him and just led.
I don't hate a lead on that type of board, actually. I think that Jeanette's going to have all the Jack-8 offsuit, 10-9 offsuit, maybe some King-Jack, definitely for sure. And, of course, Brian's going to have some of those hands, but... people see like a queen-high board and they automatically think it's good for the pre-flop raiser. But when you really sit down, and of course Brian will have some of those hands, especially the suited ones, but it's not like the worst board for her to lead on in
she
that
did
spot.
It. I'm curious what her reasoning was, what her thought process was, but yeah, she found her way.
Yeah, I've always found leads to be really really interesting spots to watch, like who actually has the best range on any given type of board, who's actually going to have the most combinations of the nutted hands, And like I think as far as nutted hands, I think that Jeanette on that board might actually have more, but we're going to see a limp and a call here. And Jeanette going to flop top pair, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say I expect to see a lead, want some protection.
Yeah.
takes it
That
down.
one makes more sense
Yeah.
to me.
I mean, both of them are gonna have super wide ranges there. Blind v blind.
Yep.
But yeah, your 4 could definitely use some protection. I think Beto's gonna be raising
Right.
all his pairs,
Same.
so you never really have to worry about him having an overpair. He's gonna raise a lot of his aces that are gonna continue with a gut shot and overs. It's tough for you to be beat there, and you don't really want to see. There's no really good turn cards for you, except for like an 8 or a 4. So I don't mind just min betting 200K, taking it down.
Never do that again. For the anti-marriage people.
Keep an eye on her though. She's just, very pleasant. Just having a good time. Her demeanor just, friendly at the table.
I'd be friendly too if I had 12,000 locked up, but
I don't know. Sometimes there's a lot of pressure. You're at 12,000 out with this 38,000 that you got to try to find your way to.
that is very true. And Beto gonna lead out with his gut shot here, takes it down. And I think that these leads in these blind v blind scenarios can be very profitable because I think it's hard to find an appropriate number of hands to defend a lot of the time in these scenarios. And so I think that the first aggressive action will usually win the hand, as it did right there. So I like a lot of aggression and blind v blind spots.
Yeah. Those are key points there.
Yeah, I mean you pick
Blind
up
versus blind.
You pick up 3 of those. That's almost 900K that you pick up or something like that. Just by picking up the big blind and the ante.
Suited ace for Jeanette.
Son of a motherless. Okay.
Just gonna limp.
6 folds.
And again, I know I've been hammering the limp range a lot, but suited aces, offsuit broadways a lot of the time, low pocket pairs I think is what most players are limping with. And I like Pups. Has a very good hand, but I like the choice to attack this regardless.
I feel like Jeanette probably limped there to set up a raise behind her, knowing she was going to call. Oof.
Very possible. And Pups gonna
flop ace on the flop for her.
Not the best flop for Pups, but I like the choice to c-bet here.
What's his bet sizing?
Looks like 425. Yeah, 425, small bet, quarter
really
pot.
Good size. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's just going to min click it right away, and
I think this is a mistake. And Pups you can see in the blender.
But the thing is, I like this for Brian. From Brian's point of view, I like his bet sizing. He can get away from it.
Yeah.
And he's just minimal damage.
Right, exactly. I like the way that he played that hand. I like the raise pre-flop. I like the c-bet.
Yeah, this is
and
where
like
the bet
discipline
sizing
fold.
matters.
Yeah. I think that raise is a bit of a mistake from Jeanette just because you're only getting called by hands that are beating you or hands that have a ton of equity against you, like diamond draws. And yeah, now could Pups sometimes have like ace-5 suited that's going to continue? Yes, it's possible, but you're losing to more aces than you're beating because you're only beating ace-8 and then ace-5 and below. You're losing to ace-6 because that's 2 pair. You're losing to ace-7, and then you're losing to ace-10 plus. And those are the only hands that are really continuing besides flush draws. And if he's bluffing, you want to let him continue to bluff.
Yeah, if he has a worse ace, why alert him? Why put him on alert?
Exactly. But does take down the hand, and I think she's maybe our chip leader now, actually, because Pups has lost some big hands.
Yeah.
And Beto with queens here. Steven raised to 500K. I think you can. I'm surprised to see him let go of the 10-4 suited. I think it's fine to defend suited hand there. Depends on what you think Beto's doing. I think I don't think it's a huge mistake to defend there. And we can see our chip counts here.
Jeanette back on top where she started the day.
There's been a lot of action in terms of who's been chip leading and then losing chips and then back to chip leading. Ochoa or
Except for
short
Ochoa. This guy has been around 2 million, it seems like to me, for like 3 days.
stack. But he's laddered up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Laddered up almost 10K from the start of the final table.
I bet they're going to open with the Queen Jack offsuit to 500. 2.5x. Ochoa with a weak ace lets it go.
Yeah, I like opening these types of hands like the Queen Jack off when there's at a table where there's less 3-betting, which has definitely been this table. There hasn't been a ton of 3-betting pre-flop.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, when you get 3-bet, you're always in a rough spot with a hand like Queen Jack off. And Jeanette gonna call. A little bit wide, but she's got 7.5 million and 7.5, so reasonable flop for her.
Well, yeah, and she's got a flush draw and double gutter.
She looks like she's contemplating a lead and does check. That would definitely, give me some pause if I was Beto. Beto still ahead.
Oh,
well,
she makes the wheel.
Never mind. And
funny how she puts that bet out there too.
Shows the hand too.
She places a stack of chips out there. I don't know, maybe was that $1 million? You think?
Something like that. It was not a small.
800 or $1 million. She places it rather than cutting out the bet or tossing out the chips. Just.
What do you think that's indicative of when you see that usually?
Well, it doesn't always or never mean anything. It's just that that's the first time she's done that.
Mm.
And she had, a very strong hand. She had a made hand straight. So she was, I don't know, it's kind of like a confident placement of her bet, an announcement.
Sorry, real quick. You have the ace-deuce off as Ochoa under the gun here. Are you jamming, or are you just letting it go like that?
With 12 big blinds?
With 12 bigs, 5 players.
Probably going to jam.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I think it's a very close spot either way. I don't think it's terrible either way. I was just curious what you would do. It's a very, very tight spot.
5-handed, probably jam.
Yeah, I think I probably would jam.
And then we'd run into trouble if Beto makes the call. But it's not an easy call for him to make with ace-5.
It's often going to be a chop with those exact hands. And Beto with a very large raise to 850K, 4x almost, or a little over 4x. Jeanette lets it go.
Phil stayed on the thing. It'd be like she seemed nice.
Wow, you weren't nice to me. I think you have to call.
Sitting over there too comfortably. Trying to make you.
So we went on the last week to New York. We went up to Maine on a fall festival cruise. We went to all these different beer.
Oh, we get to meet her how Jeanette and her husband met.
We got balcony suite. Yeah, the Norwegian Bliss is a newer boat. It's a couple.
Oh, aces for Steven.
But he's in the middle of a story. Let's see that.
Yeah, the Norwegian Bliss is a newer one. And it was heaven because it was like 30 degrees outside.
Does go for the min raise.
30 big blinds in his stack.
I got in the pool and swam my lap all by myself.
Surprised to see Beto let go of the King 7 suited.
I am too, especially with the cutoff.
There's no air.
The cutoff raise. Min raise. No, Chris is going to see a flop. 10-9 offsuit for Chris.
Beto glad that he flopped. Glad that he folded.
Avoided disaster.
You're gonna sing us karaoke.
And so far, Steven's c-bet sizes have been big and bigger. We'll see what he goes for here. Looks like $1 million, maybe 800,000. Takes it down.
Chris not flopping any equity there.
Yeah.
It's kind of an easy fold.
I can't deal with inside cabin.
Yeah, I mean when the stack to pot is so low there, I think maybe it's okay to have some slow plays, like ace is probably being the best slow play there, and try to let your opponent catch up a little bit because it's a dry board. You're not really scared of much.
Mhm.
And I think it's okay to let your opponent try to catch a pair there. But I think just betting and then just playing it straightforward is also fine. And now Steven waking up with jacks.
Another big pocket pair, 2 hands in a row.
Hey, Sharp, can you go to Vic in the back room for service? Thank you. Raise.
So interesting that he's going for a larger raise sizing here. So he went 400k with the aces, and he's going 700k with the jacks, which I think is just indicative of not wanting to go post flop with the jacks and being afraid of letting people see cards.
But the table's going to start wondering if he's kind of opening up a little bit.
Right. And it is, it's a little bit paradoxical when you're betting more with your worse hands, and in theory you'd rather bloat the pots with your better hands, but the aces, people are scared of not getting everybody to fold like just happened with the jacks, but the jacks are still a good hand.
Yep.
Very strong. They're still a good
especially
hand.
five-handed.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Beto had king 10 there, for example. If he were to call a min raise and the flop is 10 high, you're very often going to get a chunk of his stack in that spot that you don't get by betting large pre-flop.
Jeanette Rateliff, she placed the chips in a stack again.
Big raise, too. 800k.
Beto with suited ace of his own. He actually has her dominated, but
yeah, I think when you see,
that's a nice, good fold. I don't know. I was thinking I would probably fold there, and I thought it's probably too tight, but Beto makes the same fold.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, I think you have to either fold or jam there. When she goes 4x, I don't think you have any calls in that spot. You're committing too many of your chips pre-flop. We see Ochoa very short now.
Yeah, he's at 8 big blinds now.
Italy and stuff, you're off the boat and you're staying overnight on land.
Jeanette kind of moving away from the
Some people get unbalanced
from the guys.
on the boat. Yeah.
I used to work offshore, so
Oh no.
8 big blinds for Ochoa, and he's going to be looking for a spot to get his chips in.
I don't think 7-3 offsuit is going to be the spot, though. Beto with the raise here. Steven with a decision does like to fold. Jeanette also folds. And I really think at these final tables when nobody wants to, I think a lot of people don't want to play a big pot in spots like this, and that's why I think that raising and aggression, pre-flop especially, can really pay dividends in a spot like this.
Well, again, we've got that ICM consideration with Chris being short stacked, so the other 4 people are kind of wanting to wait, and we do see, like you said, it's a lot of pre-flop activity. Most of the hands are being decided pre-flop. Here's Chris. He's going to jam with 9s. He's all in for 1.8 million.
Nobody really has anything to call him with.
And he's going to take it down.
Yeah, that takes down 400k. Not a bad pickup.
Another pre-flop hand taken down. You heard Drew. Blinds are going up next hand.
And then Ochoa is going to be very short. Do you know what they're going up to? Is it going to be 250k?
I think so. I think it's 250. We'll know more in just a minute. But time to spin it up, Chris. Had a compliment in the chat about our commentary, Michael. People are liking it.
I'm glad someone is.
raise to 5.
Flop's the very strong hand, 5-handed.
525 to go.
Oh,
Jeanette
hey.
dominated. Her 10 is dominated.
That's why I've always loved hands like ace 10 and ace 9 suited, because on any 10 or 9 high flop, you've always got everybody dominated. Pretty safe flop for Pups, especially with the ace of spades in his hand. I like the check though.
A mandatory bet here. Doesn't have to be big.
Yeah, I mean, you can even get called by some worse hands. Like if Jeanette had, for example, the queen of spades instead of the queen of clubs,
Yeah,
you can
right?
get called in that spot
Absolutely.
when you bet small.
Yeah, very true.
And again, this is the strength of betting small, is that you can get called by significantly dominated hands in spots
Yeah,
like
people
that.
like to play Broadway hands. So,
Right.
you got the Jack 10, you got the Queen 10, you got the King 10.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of combinations that you're doing better than.
Whereas when you bet, say that she's got queen 10 with the queen of spades, and you bet, 2/3 pot, 3/4 pot, you're just allowing her to fold those hands and make an easy decision.
250 to call. 250.
When you've got her, almost drawing dead. It theoretically, obviously she didn't have anything there. But that's what I like about his bet sizing.
We see the blinds are at 125, 250, so there's $500,000 in the pot pre-flop. Bethel with 5-4 suited on the button. He's going to raise 2, 4, 6, 7. Is it 700? Yep, 700. And Brian with spades of his own.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. It feels really tight to fold the 5-4 in Beto's spot, but it's just so rough when you get jammed on. I think if you are going to raise it, you want to go for the smaller sizing when you've only got 12 big blinds to start the hand. But it does end up working out for him. Again, especially with Ochoa being short stacked. Let's say that Beto opens there, Ochoa folds, and then Brian decides to ship it. Do you really want to bust out there with 5-4 suited? Of course not.
Right. No, you don't.
Putting yourself in a tough spot. But if you think your opponents are going to fold more often than they're going to put you in a tough spot, then I can see the merits in raising it there. I still think I would go with the smaller sizing.
Chris is jamming with 4s.
Yep, pretty standard jam. Can't be scared. Pups, I think, is gonna call this one, but it's tough to say. He might think Ochoa's jamming fairly tight.
It's a third of his stack, of Brian's stack. Chris is on the button. Again, situation where Brian could very well be dominated.
True, but I think in this spot, Brian, I think is actually dominating nearly as many hands as he's dominated by, because I think that Ochoa is jamming ace-7 suited, ace-6 suited, ace-5, any suited ace.
Very fair point, yeah.
But he does let it go. Steven gonna let go of the 9-3. And again, I just think, I don't think that letting go of ace-8 suited is probably a huge mistake, but it just shows that I think in general people are calling off. The mistakes that you see are rarely people calling off too wide in all-in situations. I think they're calling too wide pre-flop sometimes, but I don't think they're calling too wide. I think they're calling too narrow in all-in spots. Which is why I think plays like the one that Ochoa just made, which is it's a very, very straightforward jam to make, but I think you can even make more money than is expected by doing that.
Doing that a little bit more often.
And Beto, again, opting for the larger bet sizing. Most likely going to take it down here.
King deuce offsuit for Jeanette in the big blind in the muck. Very reasonable. There's our leaderboard. Chris holding steady at 8 big blinds. Beto has him doubled up at 16 big blinds, and Pups is at 18 big blinds. So,
and I mean, you can see when the big blind is getting this big, there's just really not that many big blinds in play. Period. For any players.
Yeah, Chris has a little over 2 million, just a smidge over 2 million and there's $500,000 in the pot pre-flop, so we know what his bet sizing is going to be. We know what he's opening with. He's going to be jamming. It doesn't matter what he has.
Jeanette just calling with the Jack-10 suited. I actually like this play. I think a lot of people will automatically just raise with a hand like Jack-10 suited, but I think it plays really well as like a limp call, like in this spot.
And Beto raised her from the big blind with an ace-7 offsuit, and she immediately put her hands on her chips.
Yeah, and you could even use it as a limp jam, because, to target the exact hand that Beto has. Like, you think I really don't think he's calling off with ace-7 offsuit, but he's definitely raising it. Good flop for Beto.
We've seen Jeanette get out in front of situations like this, just like now, and Beto's just going to jam it.
Good play by Beto. There's a lot of hands that have equity that you just want to get it in with. I like this play. Hands like 5-6 if she has that. Hands like diamond draws. I don't really know why she's asking for a count. She's not calling with Jack High. Have to make it look like you didn't lead with nonsense.
Looks over her shoulder at her husband, who's standing there.
It's all right. I'm gonna make this a PSA.
There's different adjectives I can think of. Admiringly. I don't know. And he decides, you know what? Maybe I'm putting too much pressure on her, and he retreats to the main room.
I'm gonna make this a PSA, guys. It's okay to get caught bluffing. You don't have to be embarrassed.
Yeah.
You can just fold. When I get caught bluffing, I'm just out of there. You don't have to pretend you have a hard decision. I know a lot of players don't like getting caught bluffing. I mean, who likes getting caught bluffing? But it's all right. You don't have to. I see a lot of people do that. This is not a shot at Jeanette. This is a thing that I think everybody does. But I think if you're never getting caught bluffing, you're not bluffing enough, you know?
Right.
And this is going to fold the blinds here. We'll see if anybody picks up a hand.
Have a walk, my friend.
Surprised to see Beto just let go of the queen 3 off. I think that's a decent spot to jam, because Ochoa's going to have a lot of hands like 10-3 offsuit that are going to just fold. But then if you get called by better, and you lose, you are the short stack now. So
if Beto had Jeanette's chip stack, he probably would have played it differently.
Right.
On the 100K, I got 50th, and on the 75K, I got 15.
Oh, nice. Okay. Are you going to the World Series when you're on fire right now?
Saturday,
good. Okay, good.
See if Steven elects to open the 10-8 suited. Does fold it.
I
I don't think I would have been able to help myself there.
I think I would have opened there.
I think I would have.
Save it for the tourneys where you're running.
Would have been too happy about it, but I would have definitely opened. And yeah, Pup's gonna take it down. Yeah, I think at this point it's clear everybody really wants to make another money jump or two, and we're just seeing Beto folding Queen 4 suited on the button there.
Mm-hmm.
I think seeing a lot of plays like that. Steven folding the 10-8 suited. Excuse me.
Yep.
I think that people really just want to make money jumps at this point, and I think aggression can take down a lot of pots. So I like this raise by Jeanette.
If I get heads up, I'm gonna go with it. Put the belt on.
I love it.
And you can see he takes it down.
Yeah, Jeanette takes it down.
Steven not even electing to defend the Queen 4 offsuit. I mean, probably not
pretty sweet souvenir, like a pretty sweet.
not a huge huge deal one way or the other, but
yeah, not
at earlier stages of the tournament, I think he would be defending there, But now with the pay jumps being $5,000 or more, you see people start to slow down at these final tables.
I'm wearing the free roll.
I think we're going to see Ochoa all in here.
Beto makes a fold under the gun, suited Jack 6.
And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier with Pups when he had the ace-8 suited when Ochoa jammed 4s. It's like he's also jamming these types of hands, which can make it a little bit more enticing to call with the ace-8, but
sure,
takes it down. Nobody really had anything to call him with.
Oh, but Chris gets another orbit. He just Picked up enough chips for one more orbit.
Yeah, up to 10 big blinds. Actually, close to 11 big blinds.
Little stack of roots. Bleeding. Slow bleeding.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, right here.
Tag team. Come
It'll
on.
cost you 12,200. Yeah, I thought, man, fuck it, I'll take it. First thing I have, I'll bring you. I buy him for 12,200 also. Shit. Yes. The nuts. Hell yeah. It goes up. 30 bullets. That's over here. Correct.
Buyin in the cutoff. Oh, decides to abort the mission.
Mission probably would have been successful with what everybody behind him had, but he has no way of knowing that. Yeah, I just think when you're not seeing much 3-betting preflop, those more marginal opens, I think it can be more profitable. Not that it's, a mistake to fold there, and it might even be better to fold there, but those more marginal hands, when you're not getting 3-bet off as often preflop, you're just going to get to see a lot of flops with reasonable equity.
Yeah, that's a good point.
In your hand. Look, Jeanette's even folding King 3 suited on the button.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I like this raise by Beto. I would rather see a jam. I don't like this size. Excuse me. I don't like the sizing. Because if Ochoa's never going to call here. He's only going to jam or fold. So you might as well jam yourself because
it's a pretty good size raise too, by the way.
Yeah.
It's over 3x.
Well, right. And I mean, imagine Ochoa has ace king here or ace 10 suited and he jams and you feel, because you've gone for this big raise size, you feel committed. You know what I mean? Because if you're Beto, you don't want to call off there for 2.4 million, but you're already in for 700K or whatever he made it. I like the choice to raise there. I think I'd rather see just an open jam in that spot, but it does work out for him. But yeah, I mean we're just seeing very tight play right now, which is understandable with the amount of money on the line.
Tight and pretty straightforward for the most part.
Yeah. Like I'm curious what Steven will do with ace 5 suited here at this stack depth. Is if he's just going to put it in his big raise size bucket.
Raise to 600K.
Looks like he just goes 600K. Not an overly large raise. Does take it down. Also, just not a lot of fireworks spots. Not a lot of like pair versus pair. Ace king versus ace queen.
Not yet. It's coming.
Yeah. It's going to be here eventually.
Jeanette, would you mind throwing his cards on the scanner for me and then we'll pull them off?
Oh, right now?
Please, thank you.
Beto.
Speaking of.
Beto with an ill-timed bathroom break.
Oh, man.
Walks away from ace king. Under the gun.
Probably would have just picked up the 500K in the middle, so not a huge disaster. It's not like anybody else had like ace queen or something where the money's going to go in, but
yeah, he would have picked up 2 big blinds.
Yeah, I like this raise by pups here.
That's the chub bag.
Like 100 left.
Yeah, nice.
I'll get 20 racks.
Aha.
Yeah, does take it down. Takes down 500K. He can thank Beto for those chips.
Yeah, no kidding. Yep, he needed to pick some up too.
And it's still a fairly tight race. I mean, besides Ochoa, everybody's within like 1.5 million of each other or so. It's still anybody's game here.
It's true. That is true.
Gotta be faster next time, Beto.
Gotta be quicker than that.
All in.
We see Ochoa jamming the ace 5 off. And again, nobody has anything to defend with here. Ochoa gonna chip up again. I don't think any of his jams have been called pre-flop.
No.
Even from before the break, I don't think any of them have been called. He hasn't been jamming super often, and he's been jamming reasonable hands, but if you're the other players, you might start to wonder.
From the beginning of the final table, Chris Ochoa has gained 855,000 chips, so just under 1 million chips. The person who's gained the most is Beto. He's gone up 3 million chips.
See, I'm very surprised here to see the raise to 700,000 from Ochoa, especially since he hasn't shown an aversion to open jamming. I think that if you're going to have a min raise range, I don't think you want pocket fives to be in it, because if somebody jams, you're never comfortable about calling off. And Pop's actually electing for the call with Queen Jack, which I find somewhat surprising. And you can let in. This is the problem. You can let in Beto with the pocket threes.
With threes.
Three
ways to the flop.
Somewhat of a wide. Actually, I would probably complete with threes there. Just try to flop a set and get all the money. And would you say that's a favorable flop
King
for Brian?
10-9 for Brian. Flops it. Just flops it.
Gonna slow play it. And again, this is what happens when you don't jam the fives as Ochoa. You get a board like this, and there's just nothing you can really do about it. And whereas I think Queen Jack off would have probably gone away pre-flop if he had jammed. I don't know if Pups would put that in, but he folded ace-8 suited, so I think he would definitely fold Queen Jack off. Goes for a small raise. Did Beto just... Oh, okay, I thought... Oh, Beto did call.
Oh, he did?
With the pocket threes.
Oh, my.
That's not going to work out for him. Wow, he must really think Pups is out of line here to call with threes. He must think that he's just airballing. Goes for another small size. I like that. Trying to get paid by like Jack 10, Queen 10 type hands. I don't think threes are going to pay him off, but I like the sizing. Because you think that, you look back at the action, and it's unlikely that Beto's going to have a king when it checks through on the flop, and then he checks the turn as well.
Yep.
Which is really what you're trying to get. It's unlikely he'll have a king or two pair or anything super strong like that when he checks twice. So I like small bet from Brian here. Doesn't get him paid, but I think he made the max against pocket threes.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't think he could have made any more.
Yeah, I was really surprised that he called the turn bet.
Yeah, I think that was optimistic.
That's a bad flop for him.
And yeah, really good pickup for Pups. I think he's close to back in the lead. Again, winning any of these pots is just massive for the chip stack. I think that one ended up being 3.4 million or something.
Yeah, that was a good size.
And another walk. This is what I'm talking about. We've been seeing a lot of walks at this since we've been five-handed.
Reminder, the blinds are 125, 250. Nothing for Steven. Jeanette does have a suited king. King 6 of spades.
She's gonna go ahead and limp with it. Pups is going to be on the big blind and is a little too weak to attack the limp. Just going to check and try to see a flop. Not a thrilling flop for either player. Pups wishes he had his last hand, but going to go to the turn. Jeanette picks up a spade draw, and Pups is going to lead small. And Jeanette's going to call. And if the river is a hand like that, Pups bets small again.
So the board is paired twice. Jeanette has a king.
I think that maybe with the double paired board, nice play by Pups, by the way. Really nice pickup there. I like the decision to attack there a lot and to follow through, because a lot of players, when they get called and they see a river like that, they're not going to follow through. They're going to just say, oh, my opponent just has a jack. They're just going to call.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's no point in betting the river. Nothing's going to fold that called me on the turn, but there's plenty that will fold. And I really like the choice to follow all the way through there. Jeanette actually getting a little bit shorter now. Only 19 big blinds. Better with 18. Pups with Jack 10.
Jack 10 suited and the chip leader. Blind versus blind.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I said earlier, I really like choosing Jack 10 suited as a candidate for limping.
Yeah, just calling.
Blind versus blind.
Steven with a suited queen.
And I would probably not limp jam against Steven, given what we've seen. Against some players, I would.
But he can make the call. This is a very
Absolutely.
playable hand. Nice hand to play post flop with.
Absolutely. And does flop the best of it with a pair of tens.
He's got it.
It's a bad board in the sense that and the check.
Steven
Yeah.
checks behind. Interesting choice. Second diamond on the board now.
I like pups. Just checking it down. There's not really much to be scared of on the board, and Steven's just gonna go to showdown. And then when an ace hits the river, I like a small. Yeah, perfect. I love that bet sizing. Just trying to get called by king high, maybe a worse 10 that check down. Obviously, Steven doesn't have anything to bluff, but or to call with. But I don't think that your opponents are going to bluff that ace hardly ever when they check. But I like that small value bet by Pups there.
Yep. Well done, my man.
And like we've been saying, Pups actually up to 8.4 million now. This has been a very volatile in terms of stack sizes, and we see this is actually a spot where I think Pups needs to start putting a ton of pressure on these three medium stacks, with Ochoa still nursing the short stack. I think that nobody wants to bust before Ochoa does, and if you're Pups, you can start putting on taking hands like 9-7 off for a raise on the button. I really like this play.
Are you sure you're not? You don't have does he have an earpiece and he's listening to you?
The earpiece also goes back in time at the same time.
Oh, that's true. This happened 15 minutes ago, in case anyone was wondering.
And neither player going to have much of anything, but I think Pups, can go for a bet here and fold out a lot of better hands. Like, I don't know that Steven is going to continue with Queen Jack on this board. And, Pups with the big stack, 3 medium stacks and 1 short stack, Pups can really just start to bully these medium stacks who don't want to bust. Exactly.
Yeah, that's working.
And look at that, plus 1 million just from that one play.
Yeah.
By raising and then c-betting with 9-7 offsuit, he picks up 1 million chips.
Yeah, good job by Brian.
Yeah,
He's
good awareness of
really
stack
well.
sizes. Yeah, I've been really liking his play overall this final table, and I think that he can just continue to do that, continue raising a lot of trashy hands that you might not consider raising under normal circumstances, as everybody fights for this last pay jump. Ochoa gonna jam the Queen Jack. Steven,
very reasonable.
I feel like he might call with Queen 10. I'm not sure.
Very well may. He's got 17 big blinds. No.
Does let it go.
He didn't even ask for a count.
And Ochoa going to pick up 500K.
Slightly surprising that Steven didn't even think about it. Earlier we saw him call off with Queen 8 offsuit.
Hey, whoa. It was Queen 8 suited. It was Queen 8 of hearts. It was suited.
Okay, it was
Give
suited.
him a little credit.
All right.
But yes, that was a crazy hand. It was he raised with the Queen 8 suited. There was like a 15 big blind jam for, I don't even remember, like 1.5 million in chips or something, and he called off with the Queen 8 suited. Did not end up winning the hand.
Pups with Jack 9 of diamonds.
Oh, interesting that he elects for the limp. I'm surprised to see that. I don't love the limp personally.
She just jams. Oof.
Obviously, the limp probably lost him the minimum here, but yeah, he does let it go. Yeah, I think the limp lost him the minimum there, but I think in general, again, you want to be putting pressure on these medium stacks with Ochoa still alive. When Ochoa, or if Ochoa, excuse me, gets knocked out, then maybe you cool it a little bit and cool the Jets on raising, but I think a raise is definitely warranted there with these with the short stacks, with the one short stack and 3 medium stacks in play.
He's in his own head, you know, he doesn't even know.
Jeanette picking up good hands back to back.
Baby shark.
Walk in the park.
Steven has completely changed gears.
Right.
Not saying he should
Right.
necessarily have done anything there with the 8-7, but he's not really even thinking about playing any hands.
Right. Yeah, Jeanette goes for the larger raise. Gonna take it down with the ace queen. I'm surprised we're still seeing 3x opens at this stage of the tournament, just because the stacks are so short.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. That kind of goes along what we were talking about earlier, as far as Brian putting ICM pressure on the medium stacks with Ochoa still being there. That's a very key and important dynamic that Brian could be capitalizing on. The thing is, though, it only works if the other people, the medium stacks, understand the ICM, the situation, right?
If
the
they care about the
situational awareness.
Exactly.
Yeah. If they don't, he could be
exactly
wasting chips and. But
I think it could
with
be
the raise sizing that you were talking about, so it kind of goes hand in hand.
Right.
There are times where you want to kind of size down. You just can bring it in for a 2x.
And Beto with a large raise here.
Oh, funny.
Looks like Steven just folded.
Thank you.
The video's still there.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. About it matters if your opponents are also taking those considerations in. But I think even just from a gameplay perspective, I think what we've been seeing is a lot of folding pre-flop and a lot of folding post-flop to aggression. So I think when you're seeing that, regardless of even if this was just a cash game, you would want to be taking more hands for a raise when you're not getting 3-bet super aggressively very often.
Yeah, it went across the line, huh?
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
I have to make the
Oh, yeah, 5. Thank you. Yep, you're good. 500 is tough.
Pup's going for the min raise on the button with king 4 suited, pretty standard. Wow, Jeanette going to defend the 9 deuce offsuit. I think she was ready to play a hand. This is a little bit of a wide defend.
Has been a while.
A little bit of a wide defend. And she's going to elect for a lead. Have any of these leads been super strong hands yet?
I love Brian's reaction. He's like, "What? Why? I mean, how? Why? It doesn't make sense."
It does work. It does work this time.
But see, that's the thing.
That is playing with fire, though.
It's confounding, though.
Absolutely.
I think she, who knows? Maybe she derived some confidence, some strength from her husband standing behind her.
Very well could be.
Yeah, hot sauce junkie, you're right, playing pretty tight right now.
Oh, are you Mario too? Love it.
It's Mario and Mario.
There's Luigi. It's Super Mario.
Versus
Yeah, we're also just seeing a lot of, look at these pre-flop hands. What is anyone supposed to do with some of these hands?
Yeah.
That's been a lot of it, too, is we have not seen any, pre-flop coolers, and I don't know how long it's been. The last all-in pre-flop we saw was Rock versus...
Oh, you mean that was called?
Yeah. Was Rock versus Steven with the ace-king versus king-10, right?
Huh? Said everybody folds to
Yeah.
That was a while ago, and we just haven't seen anybody
We're both from
wake up with
956.
a hand at the same time as someone else waking up with a hand.
I'm from Rounders. It's a 956.
Like I don't even think we've seen two people be dealt a pocket pair in the same orbit more than like once or twice, if at all.
Yeah, I can remember Jackson sixes.
Jackson sixes, yeah. Like man, these hands are just tragic.
Jeanette even folding with Queen 9 from the button.
Yeah.
It's pretty tight.
See, I don't like Beto taking this for just a limp when Ochoa's so short.
Yeah.
Does get a good flop.
Well, oh.
Good check by Beto.
Checks the turn and induces a bluff from Chris.
Now the question is, if Beto checks, see, I would prefer to see another check from Beto. He might actually get paid off on this 400K, but Ochoa's really gonna have to think about it here. Does pay it off. Sees the king. Probably won the maximum, honestly, for that against that exact hand.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But I would like to see the check, because if Ochoa's bluffing, you want to let him bluff. And if he's got the 5, you don't want to get jammed on, you know?
In that case, though, I think Chris with just the 3 probably would have just checked behind.
He probably would have in that spot, you're
showdown
right.
in that exact spot. But
if he had 6-4 suited,
if he didn't have a
6-4.
pair, he would have definitely, or not definitely, probably would have bluffed at it.
He would at least have a higher chance. And we see Steven with aces here again.
Wonder if he'll play this hand.
His second of the FT. His second time with aces at this FT. The question is if anybody else will wake up with something. Does go for the min raise. Wow, Jeanette calls. Okay, Jeanette's ready to play some hands. I'm here for it. And Beto with a real hand too.
Beto suited ace.
And we can see the pot's already 2 million. And Ochoa
Chris has 2 million in
yeah,
a stack.
Ochoa with only 740K after losing.
I'm sorry. Yeah, when I said 2 million.
No worries. It's a really odd spot. Probably fine to just let it go. And part of the reason why you want to let it go is, and he does like
go for it.
to go for it. That's not going to reopen, or is it going to reopen? That is going to reopen the action.
Yeah, he's in
Steven.
for 865, which is.
Or does it have
600?
to be
250? Yeah,
600
Or
more.
does it? I don't actually know if it opens the action or not.
250? No.
I should know because it
doesn't.
still has to be 2x for the first bet, right?
Yeah, 250.
Yeah.
He made it. What did he make it?
He made it 865, so it has to be $1 million for it to open the action.
No, Chris did, but what did Steven?
Steven made it 500. Oh, so he can't. It is okay. It is open. Oh no, he called. No, it is open. It is.
It's
open.
not reopen.
No, because it looks like he raised that. Those purples are 500. So it looks like Steven did re-raise. Yeah. So okay. So action was reopened. And
365 is more than 250.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I should have known that.
Diamonds for Chris.
Hits a deuce. Gonna need to hit his. Oh, hits a queen on the turn.
2 pair for Chris. Oh,
and
Chris,
it holds.
Chris now up to 3.1 million.
Oh man.
Chris with his hand in the cookie jar.
Oh man. Talk about a perfect scenario for him. You get the open to 500, a call, another call. You jam for 850, and then the original raiser re-raises to 2 million and gets the other 2 to fold. So you're quadrupling up while only having to play against one hand. I mean,
that's phenomenal.
Almost quintupling up,
yeah, almost.
That was,
because he was at what 800, 835,
including his small blind. He had 850. So that was including the small blind that he put out. He had 850, and now he's at 3 million. So yeah, quadruple up. That was just like the perfect scenario for Ochoa. And you can see he's actually ahead of Steven after that. That was unbelievable. Nice one-time Ochoa.
No kidding.
God.
One time. Let's see here. What's everybody saying in chat?
If I fold, you don't rip there, right?
Josh Doogie was begging Ochoa to fold, but
If it weren't for luck, he wouldn't have anything else. I'm just saying.
Gaming has a lot of luck involved.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, that's why it's like, I don't want to try.
and Chris may have just, with that little
Yeah, one more out, we'd get 25.
lucky move there,
That was a huge hand for Chris.
probably worth at least $3,000. Probably. We'll see how things play out. But
Very well could be.
Little blind, please.
That was ridiculous.
If you
And
ask
now I
for
think
it,
our our Beto's actually up to 21 big blind, excuse me. I didn't realize his stack was that large. Ochoa and Steven, Chris being Ochoa, are our two short stacks currently.
Rings. 8, fold 9. Fold 2.
Looks like this raise will take it down.
Actually, it looks like it would still maybe like 22.5.
everybody
Because it
thought
looks like
that
it's
it
an
was
operatic,
it was
like
just a
grinding.
foregone conclusion that Ochoa was out of the tournament.
Everybody.
Even Chris, especially Chris.
Of
You know, he
course.
turns over the queen deuce offsuit
Four
and
out
runs
of
into
99.
aces
Yeah, you can't
Oh,
believe
yeah?
that you ran into
Okay, right
aces.
then.
25, yeah.
and makes it out alive.
Although the price that he was given was actually, it was almost a break-even play if you know that you're going to go heads up because of all the dead money out there. It was,
Right
you only had to risk
100.
$850K to win 3.1 million or whatever.
Yeah.
Works out very well for
So
him.
when we thought that it was 20 to chop now, it was.
We're going to see a raise to, looks like
Raise for me.
750 from Ochoa. I think at his stack size, I think I'd prefer a
Min-
jam.
Oh, jam
or
or,
a min raise.
min raise.
Yeah. I know we've been harping on that a lot, but it's just, again, if Beto, jams it in your face there, are you really happy to call it off with King Jack offsuit? Not really. You'd
No.
rather just jam it in
Chop
pre-flop
now would be like 22.
and
then it goes.
maybe get him to fold
Good. I'm surprised it doesn't
some
fold.
hands like pocket fours, pocket threes, pocket fives, those types of hands.
Mhm.
Does work out.
Brian's turn to put some chips in the pot.
Raise. 650 now.
My chat is just a little bit delayed. I'm just catching up with some of these guys. The OMGs and the wows and the lols and Jose Valdez calling Ochoa a luck box. He was that time, wasn't he?
That was definitely a luck box, spot if there ever was one.
We want noise. We need, you know what? We need a rail.
Can you sing for
Yeah.
us or something?
You got to be a luck box sometimes to make it to top 5 in
Let's hear that
a
shower voice.
in a 660 person tournament. You
Uh,
got to get lucky
Turn
at
on the
least a
water.
few times.
So,
yeah, how about a shot? No, liven you guys up.
It's the smallest thing.
Under the gun, Steven folds 6-5 suited.
I feel like you might even be able to take 6-5 suited for a jam there. I'm not actually sure. I know you can jam some suited connectors and spots like that, but I don't actually know what it works out to. And Beto with this large raise again to 800K over 3x, probably just going to get pups to fold the queen 7.
You see scrolling across the bottom of the screen, we'll see the payouts.
Yeah, next player eliminated still walks away with 5 figures, $12,200. But first place is going to walk away with $38,000.
All right, guys, this will be our last hand at this level. Then we go up to 153, 150.
The one and only time that I made the final table in a multi-day tournament, I went out in this spot, 5th place
Oh,
for
yeah.
12-5.
250.
Oh, nice. Still a pretty good,
Not a
pretty good
bad, yeah,
score.
not a bad score. But this is it. And the thing is, I remember at that time, looking back on it, there was situations where I wasn't aware of everything I should have been aware of,
Mm.
namely stack sizes.
And this
The
is
opponent's stack
sorry
sizes. No, go
to
ahead.
interrupt you, but this
Yep.
is the exact problem with raising to 800K, is that when Pups wakes up with Ace Jack, and if he jams, I don't know what Pups is going to choose to do, but if he jams here and you're Beto, you are in a really tough position when you have raised to 800K.
Does he not look like he could be though? He totally looks like he could be in a barbershop. Poor Ted. Yeah.
This is a tough spot for Pups because Beto's not. I think Beto's the second largest stack, or maybe third, and he's got 20 big blinds in his stack plus the 800K that he raised too. This would not be a small jam. And Pups could even go for maybe a 3-bet non all in, and then just fold to a jam, something like 2.1 million, and then fold if he gets jammed on. But that doesn't really feel good either.
Beto is in second place in chips, but the thing is that the pressure that Brian's going to put back on him is going to be immense.
Sorry, did I say 2.1 million? I meant 2 million. Me and Pups have
yeah, you guys
time
are
traveling
same
telepathy.
Wavelength. Beto.
And this is a very tough spot. I think you probably have to let the Queen Jack offsuit go. Maybe you, I don't know. I think you just have to let it go, but we'll see. He does elect to call. So we're going to be super. This is a big pot already. 4.4 million. Beto with only 3.9 million left in his stack.
And
Less
what
than
do you,
one SPR.
What do you think Chris Ochoa is thinking right now?
I think
he's thinking yes.
I think he's reasonably happy. I think this is a pretty safe flop.
Actually, strike that. Steven is our short stack right now.
Oh, Steven, yeah, for sure.
2.7.
Both of them would love to see Beto get knocked out here. He's going to go for a smaller bet here.
Beto immediately ejects. Look at Brian can't get the chips fast enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a very awkward spot for Pups. Up to 10 million, our first player with an 8-figure stack so far.
So what did that do to Beto? Now Jeanette, that allows Jeanette to move past him. She's now in second place chips.
Pups with the most commanding chip lead we've seen at this final table.
Take a look at Ochoa though. Ochoa is right behind. He's he's at 12 big blinds. Beto is at 15 big blinds. Steven is still at 10 big blinds.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game, but Pups definitely took a big lead there. And I think, that's just the problem with the large raise sizing. That was kind of the first time we've really seen the dangers of the larger raise sizing be illustrated like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he'd opened to 500K, the 3-bet would probably have been to 1.4 million, and so you're saving 600,000 in chips, which is a lot at this stage of the tournament.
It really is, yeah.
And you can also fold because you're not getting as good of a price. Like when it's a 3x, when he 3x's your raise, you're getting less pot odds to call.
Mm-hmm.
But there, when it was 2.5x, you're a little more incentivized to call because you're getting better pot odds. We do see an exposed card.
Yeah, that card was exposed.
I don't think it hit the sensor though. So I think that the sensor should be accurate. And are we up to we're up to 300K? Okay, we're up to 300K big blind now. Stacks are really going to start getting short here.
And Beto makes it $1 million. 3.3x. He's still going with the large size.
I'm a little surprised. Again, I think that if you're going to go for that size, I think open jam is just what you want to go for. Yeah, that big blind. Again, when you're the big blind, that's 450K in chips that you're putting in the middle before you even get your cards. It's starting to get really significant.
Almost 500,000 chips just to see the big blind.
I think we're going to see Ochoa all in here. It looks like with the pocket tens here. he might go for a small raise. But the way he's grabbing those chips, it looks like it's going to be an all-in. No, maybe not. I think maybe you can go for a smaller raise when you're a little bit deeper. But I think at 10 bigs, it's probably better to just jam.
1,150,000.
Okay, so he's basically committing himself no matter what with that raise.
It's a third of his stack.
Yeah, he's not folding if somebody were to jam behind. And he does just take it down. Nobody really had anything. That is the story of this final table. Nobody really had anything.
Except when Chris jammed with Queen Deuce.
Ooh, yeah, when
Somebody
he had a
something.
premium. Yeah. He had a premium Queen Deuce.
Steven had something. So Pup's making the biggest move so far in the final table. He's gained 6 million chips since the start of the final table. And the second largest mover, Ochoa.
This could be rough for Pups if he opens and Steven jams here. He might feel obligated to call off. Alex for the limp. I find that interesting. He's done that a couple times. Did
Yeah,
Steven
Steven
just
folds
fold
Queen Jack suited?
Wow, that's tight. And Jeanette.
Yeah, he's going back in his hole, maybe, apparently.
Race to 900K with mystery cards. And Beto in a very tricky spot here. Elects to call. Sure, we're going to let it go. And now it's back on Pups, who also lets it go. Well, he sees the 3x raise on the call. And this is a big pot.
Jeanette, can you rescan those cards for me, please?
Oh.
988 paired board. Beto first to act.
Goes check, check.
Jeanette checking behind. Quick check.
Beto picks up a gut shot here. Or, yeah. No, yes, he does. He does have a gut shot. I know how to play poker.
10 Jack was folded, wasn't that Brian?
Yeah, that was Brian's hand. And Beto does take it down. Takes down a sizable pot. Gonna pull ahead of Jeanette, pull ahead of Steven, pull ahead of Ochoa. He's been taking down pots. Yeah, we don't know what Jeanette had there. Probably not 9-8 though.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on. In 15 minutes from now, there's a lot of yelling going on. Two rooms away, I can hear it through 3 walls. So be on the lookout for something, some movement.
How are you? What are you doing here? I see you anywhere.
Jack 10 suited on the button for Beto. 300 to go. He makes it $1 million. No, 800,000.
Pups with a real decision on the big blind. Does make the call, looks like.
That's it.
Not sure if that's a hand you ever want to take for a jam. Probably not.
Flop's top pair.
Great flop for Pups. And also good in the sense that this is a board that Beto's probably going to c-bet a lot.
You would expect him to, yeah.
And I like c-betting with his exact hand. You know, you got the backdoor straight, backdoor flush. Goes for the big sizing, too.
There he goes. This is the one thing that you kind of want to give some thought to. I think the bet sizing. Brian jams. He goes, see, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't mind the jam there, even though there's a chance you could try to navigate, try to manipulate the situation so that Beto maybe will put some more chips in there.
Right.
But he already did.
Yeah.
He already put in more chips than he should have.
Yeah,
so
and
take it down now.
And you're not going to probably fold Queen Jack there. And I also don't know that when Beto bets that big and gets called on the flop, I don't think that he's going to run a triple barrel or like jam the turn with an airball bluff very
Yeah,
often.
probably not. The chips are too critical at this point. But the thing is, he might have gotten an answer,
With a smaller bet, exactly.
If we were chips.
Exactly. You can bet, 600K there and achieve close to as many folds as you would with the 1.5 million or whatever he bet.
Super easy to see this and analyze it from
in
the safety of the
exactly.
of the commentary booth with a
It
headset
is.
on and no chips in front of you. But still, it's something to think about, for future.
I was watching Lex Veldhouse one time talk. He was on the for anyone who doesn't know him, he used to play on the big game. He was the guy that played like a maniac on those old poker shows. But he was saying how back in the day, like 2005, and when that show was filmed, that people only had two bet sizes that were big and very big, and that as poker theory kind of evolved, people started using that smaller bet size, and it's clear why the game evolved when you look at a hand like that, why having only big bet sizes, and I'm not saying Beto only has big bet sizes, but when you use a big bet size in a spot like that, why it can cause problems for you.
Yeah.
Beto with the pocket sevens. Gonna go for 1 million. Not running into anything. Oh, wow. Wow. What is going on here?
So Jeanette making a move here, but I believe Beto made up his mind. He was going to go with this hand no matter what happened.
And Jeanette actually in the best scenario possible when she jams and gets called here.
Come on, Drewski. Punish her.
Yeah, she could have had one. Oh, he could have had King Jack or Ace, any big cards, but this is a
pocket tens,
a flip, pure flip.
All right, one diamond on the flop, diamond for Jeanette, backdoors for Jeanette, can still hit a pair. She needs Jack or a 9. Jack or 9 only.
Double me up one time. We have an
And
arrangement over here.
Beto with the double up. Oh,
excuse me. He actually had Jeanette covered. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so that's going to be it for Jeanette. As Drew is just going to make sure he's going to count the chips down, and
I believe Beto did have her covered.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it.
They just.
Yeah, of course he's got to verify. They're playing for a lot of money here. Pays to verify.
Well, nonetheless, it was a great run for Jeanette.
Yeah, made it all the way to
a really
fifth.
good tournament.
Cashed for
12,200.
Not bad. Not bad for
Jeanette out in 5th place.
This is where the big pay jumps are starting. 4th to 5th is a 4,500 pay jump, and then it's another $8,000 pay jump after that, and then an $11,000 pay jump to 1st. So the pay jumps here, especially 3rd to 2nd and 2nd to 1st, are massive at this point.
What an explosion of activity that happened there, and just like
how is Ochoa still in this tournament?
Ochoa just laddering up.
I swear, every time I've commentated one of these final tables, there's like one player that just hangs on and survives and just makes it really deep by just somehow surviving the final table. This week's player is Ochoa.
Pay jump, ladder up, master. Good job. Hey guys, listen, I haven't asked for this in a while. Please, asking you for a favor. Hit that like button for us if you're enjoying this content. The like buttons will have a favorable effect on the algorithm that allows our channel to show up in your feed, in everyone's feed. And that will allow us to continue to bring some good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, got Pups here waking up with Ace, King, offsuit under the gun. Steven, I wonder what Steven's going to do now. Now that he's, 6 big blinds, he's laddered up, he's in good money now. No,
he's not too far behind Ochoa, though. That's the thing, is that it's still a $4,500 money jump, and he's not that far behind Ochoa. Ochoa with $2.7 million. and Steven with I think 1.9 million. It's
Yeah,
it's still anyone's game between
yep.
the two of them.
Yep.
And now again, like we were talking about, I think this is a spot where
Get everyone on the live
where
stream.
Brian Pups can start putting a lot of pressure on Beto here as the biggest stack versus the second biggest stack, with the two very short stacks still alive and huge money jumps coming up. Beto is very disincentivized from playing big pots against Pups right now.
Well, Steven's about to be charged $600,000 in the next two hands, and he has 1.9 million. So a third of his stack
3, 4, 5.
will be gone unless he finds a hand to play.
Absolutely.
No. You do 7 to spade.
But that doesn't mean that you have to go with any two on your big blind. You know, I think a lot of people at this point will think like, oh, I'm on my big blind. I'm already in for, 450K this hand. I'm just going to go with my 10-6 offsuit, And you really don't have to do that.
No.
But that's a thing that I see a lot of players succumb to. We see Beto with the Jack-9 off under the gun. It's pretty borderline. I think that with the ICM implications of Ochoa and Steven both being short, and either of them could jam a decent hand on you, I think it's okay to just let it go. Pup's going to jam and get it through versus Steven. So Steven did just have to fold his big blind there.
There we go.
He's actually in pretty bad shape.
And so this is where he is right now. He's got 4 big blinds, and the small blind is on him.
Yeah, in a rough spot for sure. Ochoa's going to have to pay the big blind next hand.
Pups is in a fantastic spot here.
Absolutely.
He's in a really good spot.
Absolutely.
Steven and Ochoa, they're really going to need to make something happen here. Just like that, Chris, with a suited ace.
Yeah, that's going to go all in almost for sure. And you just have to pray that Pups doesn't wake up with a hand here, or Beto. Or Steven with the ace-queen. Can Ochoa do it twice is the question.
I say he can.
You think he can? You think it's coming club, club, club? Or do you think he's going to hit 6?
I feel a 6 coming.
All right, we'll see. Ochoa, there's going to be, looks like about 4-point-something million in the pot here. Or excuse me, 3.4 million. Sorry, my math is bad.
All right.
They're on the table all day yesterday.
You lucked out last time. It's my turn.
Nope, 6 out.
Oh.
Pretty much flops. Not even a club for a sweat.
A running 6s.
Oh, there's a 6.
There's a 6 I thought was coming. Nope. Okay, well, Chris is not dead.
Chris has a million left.
Yep, Chris is still in it.
But he is about to pay the big blind. The next hand, he is the big blind.
No, he didn't.
So he's gonna, out of that 1 million, he's about to be forced to put 450,000 in the middle on this hand.
On this hand.
So
Yep.
it's gonna come down to this.
I just need to talk to you dirty.
Chris is going to need to double up. Let's see.
Yeah, half his chips are going to be at play this hand, whether he wants them to be or not. This is a spot where you might have to start going with any 2 cards, or close to it.
Chances are it's going to come down to blind versus blind. It'll be Chris will either double up through Beto or be eliminated by Beto.
Yeah, we'll see if Steven gets... Yeah, Beto definitely not doing anything but going all in with King 8, blind versus blind here. And Ochoa, 6-4 suited, still 40%. Honestly, not a bad hand.
He just hit a 6, so...
It didn't help, but he did hit it.
No, that's true. Chris, 6-4 suited. It's a 60-40, so it's 3-2.
Yeah, not a bad spot.
It's not that bad. I've seen worse, like Queen Deuce to aces.
You saw that hand?
Hey, there's a spade.
2 spades.
Also a 4. He hits his 4.
Great flop.
You have 6 ball. 6 ball, corner pocket.
No, that 4 is going to be good enough.
All right. Ochoa going to survive.
No, he had 6-4.
Ochoa surviving again up to almost 2 million. That was a very crucial hand, obviously.
Cockroach right now.
Die. Can't kill him.
Chris still in it. Up to 2 million now, right? Even
I
after
believe so.
posting.
Yeah, 1.9 I think. Maybe 1.8 after posting.
Yeah, I didn't even think of it.
Yeah.
Steven with an ace 4 offsuit under the gun. Chris is in a small blind. He can't allow him to get a free look, and he folds. Beto folds his suited queen. Chris is all in with black cards. Oh, king deuce. Oh, has pups in bad shape.
Yeah, it takes it
Puff
down.
folds.
I like Ochoa going for a jam there and not just
absolutely.
passively folding.
Oh gosh,
Or
with the king?
limping.
Yeah, yeah.
We've seen some tight plays.
No,
on this
you're
final
right.
table.
You're right. But he is desperate right now. But even so, with blind versus blind king, I think that's a
Absolutely.
mandatory raise.
It's a pretty much no brainer.
Mine is your call. If I have 9, 8,
Not that far behind Steven anymore.
That's right.
Not even that far behind Beto, really. If he doubled up through Beto, he's got more chips
I need the
than
money,
him.
dude.
Steven, I need to.
Oh, he's got a king.
Unless my math is
I
really
need the
bad.
money.
No, he does. Or it's close.
Steven has to pay 450,000 chips this hand.
Yeah, Ochoa gonna jam the king 5, pops with 7 deuce.
Now, what does Steven have?
10-9. That's a close spot. Does let it go.
Oh, I think he said call.
Oh, did he say call?
baby.
He said call. He's got Steven in bad shape.
Look.
I mean,
Pretty close to that.
yeah, not terrible shape, but he's winning.
That's why those hands like 10-9 can be good in these all-in situations. They're not too bad against one overcard type hands, like ace 4 suited, those type of hands. King 5 off, obviously. 5 on the flop doesn't really help him though.
Yes.
Well, yeah, he's
And
got
King locks it
Oh,
up.
yeah,
That's my hand. That's what I was fucking about.
King 5. Oh, that is his favorite hand.
Oh,
King 5.
that's the Ochoa.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I don't know why, but
That's why, right there.
5 comes a king.
It should be king. It should be queen deuce now.
5 million.
5 king always comes together.
He's silly.
Let's go.
And Steven just on fumes now.
Yeah, did just pay the big blind, so.
But look where Ochoa is in relation to Beto.
Oh yeah, he's plenty close. I think this might have been what we heard 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, for sure.
That's my
I think it was this hand.
boys.
See,
my
those
hand.
are the exact words I heard through the walls.
There's my hand.
What time you leaving Thursday?
Yeah, gonna be really tough for Steven to get a spin here. He's very behind Chris Ochoa now,
Yeah, then you see him
who's in 3rd place.
turning away. He's in the small blind. He's trying to, maybe no one will notice he hasn't put his blind in yet.
You got to do what you got to do with these final tables.
Let's go, dude. I did. You don't see it on the TV.
You got a beauty, right?
My favorite hand. My
Chris is proud of that King 5.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
That was before.
Pup's probably going to just complete,
How'd you do?
I'm going to guess.
Looks like he's actually cutting out raising chips. Yeah, it does go for a raise. Trying to put Steven all in, I think, and not have to go multi-way with
Not to
Beto.
deal with Beto.
Yeah.
You too. Yup.
I think with a suited jack, you probably just have to put it in here. Yeah. Which he elects to do, and I think Beto might just will probably just let it go with the queen deuce off. As I say that, does elect to call. So
as we can wait, don't turn over yet. There's still chips behind.
We have side action. You know what I meant.
Well, Steven's all in with Jack 3 suited.
Check.
Top pair flopped by Beto. And they're checking it down.
Good turn for pups.
Sure is.
Turn some equity. And trips for Beto. They're going to check it down, and Beto's going to win.
He's got trips, trip queens.
Good job.
And that's
going to be the end of the road for Steven. Congratulations to Mr. Steven on another good performance on final table in a large field tournament.
Yeah. Got fourth place.
Steven's going to take home $15,000.
John. Hey, John.
Was Steven the one that was in for many, many bullets?
Yes.
I think he recouped his losses.
He probably did. Yeah.
I don't think he was in for. I don't even know what the math is.
Well, someone said 15 bullets, but
that's a lot.
I don't know if that's true. They could have been exaggerated.
That might have been exaggerated. I don't even think that's possible. How many flights were there for this tournament? That seems impossible.
Well, you can do multiple bullets in one flight.
I guess that's true, but
I've done it. It can happen.
Plus, I'm not an hour.
They're just
Is that why we're pausing? Yeah. We can't pause for that.
We can't pause for that?
No, I thought we were talking shop. Oh, I thought. We can't just pause just for the sake of pausing.
I didn't know. Two of them wanted to pause.
You told me to stop the clock. So.
Yeah, because two of them wanted to pause. I didn't know we couldn't do that.
I thought you could.
Okay, only for chop.
We can talk about chop in the restroom? You want to talk? Yeah, sure, you gotta call me up.
Well, I was trying to get your attention.
He was trying to.
Well, because you had walked over there, and I was trying to. It's okay. It's always my fault. I just admit to it.
Doesn't make a difference.
So y'all need to discuss some chopping over here. What's your favorite?
So they eliminated Steven. Steven's out for $15,000, and now there are 3 left. It's not uncommon when we get to this situation, this time of the tournament, really at any time, for there to be some discussion about chopping. Let's take a look at the stack sizes, Michael, and let's see what we see. Pups is clearly in the lead. He's got 150% of more chips than Beto.
Yeah, definitely a good spot for Pups. If they do chop, he'll take home the majority. I don't know what it would actually come out to, but
typically they'll just do an ICM chop.
Right.
So whatever the math works out to be, they'll calculate that.
What's Ochoa doing under there, guys?
With the app. But yeah, these 3 guys, let's see, Pups, Beto, and Ochoa have secured, if they do an ICM, I mean, they're probably going to
get your belt. Yeah, I mean, just go.
Oh, well, it'll definitely be over $20,000.
Yeah, because that's what, 20, 40,
if someone's in
85, 85K, 1,000. Yeah. So, yeah. So they're
yeah, these 3 players are going to split the 85,000 one way or the other.
I think they're discussing, if they're coming up with the fact or realizing that this might be a point in the tournament to award the belt to Beto.
Yeah.
He did earn it.
He did. He secured it with this this final table.
He secured it with the seventh place.
Yeah,
7th place or better finish. So
he's going to be the MAYnia Rounders champion.
The 2023 Maniac.
Beto he's going to grab the belt for the points, so you can tell
yep.
the commentators or whatever.
Yeah, there we go. Drew is just explaining what's going on.
Hey, Hey, do you want to be Beto on screen or the champ?
Just switch the name right now?
Yeah.
Midstream?
Yeah.
There he is. Beto wearing the belt. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to wear it though. It's probably going to be hard to sit with.
What's his name? Brian. Oh yeah, Pugs. Shoulder too big.
Wear it like a sash.
Yeah.
Around the chest.
You said let's go?
He's taking forever. He's taking his shit, but.
Ship it fun.
Fucking badass, dude. You better wear this fucking Friday.
The game?
Yeah. Unless y'all are leaving.
There's Beto. Congratulations to Beto. As we said, the 2023 Maniac.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Great job. Great job.
So what happened? I'm big one?
The champ is there in seat 6.
Are you get out or what? I don't care. But I won't even chop, but I'll take 30.
Y'all wanna just like take something?
I have 7 mils. But that's up to y'all.
We could do an ICM chop. I don't care. Or if y'all want to do like we all take something and then we'll play for like another fucking whatever 8,000, 5,000 or something. I don't care. Whatever y'all want to do.
Sounds like we're discussing the terms of the chop here.
How much would ICM be right now?
Y'all wanna find out?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, yeah, they want to talk about ICM.
Yeah, we're going to step aside while they go into deep discussion for the ICM consideration. So chances are, typically what happens is they'll discuss the chop the amounts and then they'll come back and play for an additional amount or the trophy. So we're going to step aside for a minute until we determine what they're going to do, and we'll be right back.
John deposit box.
How much is in the pot?
Total is like 65 plus 80, 84.5.
84.5. What's 84.5 do?
Ooh, Preston's just gonna go for it.
Yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have the 10 of spades, although when we put pressure on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings, so.
Yeah, and you know you're drawing dead to or close to dead to a hand like King Jack with a King of Spades, Queen Jack with a Queen of Spades, Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. Does check.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my god.
And he hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop, like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's going to jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2 pair. Good laydown by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
Right, yeah.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's outs. And not going to get anyone to play.
Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in pre-flop.
No one has a suited hand. So we're gonna see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Queen Jack is actually gonna lead for 25. This is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often gonna get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach. And Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now, this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah.
And Chaz is the only one with a pair and does make the call.
This folds open-ended. Oh, yeah. No, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind.
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to see.
No, very surprising to see the call there.
She needs to pair the board.
You might think she still got her spades, but she don't know how strong she has spades as well. She just called, right?
Come on,
Uh-oh.
Chaz, pull me
Fireworks,
in.
second hand. Let's go. Fireworks, first hand. Bink!
Oh.
Skrilla just gets better.
Yeah, Skrilla's hand improved. Bubble, that's a miss.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Start
she
me off with the stuff.
won't be undersold.
Maybe you got a fucking headset.
500. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Is he going to be nice? Is he going to play nice?
No, let's start off.
That's that old school right there.
Could that be any good?
And
He know.
I'm all in.
and a blue bowl.
So you know I got more than that. If you can't beat that, fold.
She missed. He had 2 pairs.
What do you mean
You
you're
see what
not
I'm saying?
supposed to fold? You're beat.
Does he have
What, you got a set of 10s?
2 cards that make it rougher?
6 10?
He's trying to talk her into calling.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, let me answer.
Do you think you bet 500? Okay. Do you think I'm not? If I put all my chips in there, you don't think I got the nuts?
No.
Well, am I gonna put all my chips in without the nuts?
I mean, I know that's what you want me to think. I don't want to embarrass myself.
How would you embarrass yourself?
By folding my fucking hand.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was
Let her
Pistol
off.
Pete.
Save your
Yeah,
money for next time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You missed.
Well, that's a true statement. But I got lucky too. I got lucky on the river. I did miss. Can I show her one more card?
No, don't show me.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
I call. I have a set of sense.
Ah!
Alright.
See how he
I
acts.
told you I got lucky on the river.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my gosh.
That's old school, new
That's-
school, and that's what happens.
That's pokery, that's salesmanship.
That was the fucking go-to saying.
You ever pulled a
Rub it on
beauty
my
contest
titties.
card and you had to walk around,
$50 bill, dude.
walk like in a beauty pageant? Oh, flopping the set here, Skrilla. How much better can he run
The
tonight?
best one was Stan
And he's
for Jungle Man. And,
somebody's
Dwan.
leading out into him.
That was
He
actually
checked
a
it.
more recent one, but.
Must be used to check raises all the
Y'all
time.
remember
Unless
that one?
Mike getting a little
They
frisky
did
here.
Well,
seriously Stan.
Skrilla folded. Oh no, who was at the fold? Rocket?
I don't remember it offhand. I know
man.
it's seen
Skrilla's getting super cagey with the flat here.
Tournaments in San Antonio.
Well, no, because now the draws get there.
It said like Chaz Lee
You gotta lead out.
I forgot. No, it said like.
This Shazley, I think.
Was it? Yeah, Chaz.
Good game.
And I saw your picture and I was like, this dude
Will
looks
Mike
like
gamble with him?
a molester.
Spades?
That's good reading. You didn't even know?
Once or
Oh,
twice.
he does.
Because I was like month over month.
That's all in.
But you
Gambles with him.
So I was like, dude, I was
Straight draw, flush draw.
And I
Flush
didn't
draw,
like-
straight draw.
Oh, that
Pink.
had to help you.
Got there both
Mm.
ways.
I was playing like a bunch of
He
Made
got
the
there
straight
both
and
ways.
made the flush.
because I commented, you're like, you're on the starting lineup. I was like, I gotta play. No, and if people can't shoot it, that's fine.
It's a big play.
Look at Rolex with the 3-bet.
And he's dominated. He
Chaz
does
with a
have
pair.
position.
Chaz with a flat with a pair there.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop.
There's a
Oh, we got so close.
Set.
Got a straight draw from Rolex Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky Rogers, have you ever been
Got shot.
in or
We're gonna
around
see
or
that. Chaz with the.
How'd you get that name?
Oh, that's a good card.
Rolex will continue firing.
The 2 street.
9-10 is already there though.
Yeah.
Got a set.
He's all in.
Oh,
Quads.
just that's it.
4 fours.
Just a little quads. 4 4s.
A lot of fours.
You only got no one number.
Chaz, what are you gonna do here?
I'm gonna absolutely annihilate her. It's literally gonna be
Why do you believe in yourself?
Give it my all.
Chaz,
like
you
you
don't
asked
have to
for.
say, but how much LBs do you think you have on bubbles right now?
LB? What are those?
A lot. The number is a lot.
What's an LB?
Pounds. Were you in some sort of like
arm wrestling school that we don't know about.
I think that's good. I'm just gonna so happy right now. Okay. What's the line? What's the line?
The line is Chaz wins.
Yeah, he's at minus 500.
The line is no shot.
Alright, ready?
You ready?
Bubbles, remember the technique.
Alright.
You
I
ready?
think that there's going to be some shenanigans right here.
Wait, I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Oh, wow. I hope she beats him really bad.
You ready?
Champ.
Yeah, change to
All right, put Beto's name as the champ. Hey, you can just stand there and look good, guys. Come on. We're on camera.
That's why you're on. Oh, yeah, second.
No. There's another 11 minutes or so on this level, so we can keep. I don't mind. We can keep switching how we have been doing. Who? What? Yeah, it's still paused.
It's a little crazy now that the money's
Yeah.
What you have on that hand where I made it 2-0? King jack off. Oh, I didn't. Here, you already have king jack. King jack. You ripped it on me with nothing on the flop.
No, he made it.
I didn't make it. I didn't rip it, but I been raised. I made it enough to work. You went all in. No, I didn't. I made it 1.6. You had like 30 mil behind, so I just made it enough in case you ripped. I just have to call. So I made it. Wait, what hell was that?
The hand where you made it $1 million and he made it.
No, you made it. No, you made it 800,000. Yeah,
That's right. 800.
I just had like 7 million chips, so I was like, fuck it, if I hit, I hit. I was like, fuck, if I lose this hand, I mean, I have 4 million. Yeah, it's the same way I was spinning it up.
Resume. First hand is gonna be like all freaking high pocket pairs.
It's gonna get crazy. We'll see. I might try to play.
Trying to play. But I'm not gonna follow, but I'm gonna.
Yeah. Hey, John. I don't want to yell. He beats me.
All right, guys, it looks like they have struck a deal. I see him chop. Third place is going to get 25,500. Second place will get 29,000, and first place will get 30,200. They're going to be playing for the trophy. So here we go.
Oh, we've already got the name changed to the champ for Beto.
The transformation has been completed.
He is the champ of Rounders MAYnia. He is not yet the champ.
He's not the champ of this tournament, but he's the champ of May.
And we were at 300K big blind before, right? That hasn't gone up yet. Yeah.
They know who I'm talking about.
Can he see his cards past that belt?
He doesn't need to see his cards. He's the champ.
I see Poggio's in the chat. Comes in here, swoops in at the end of the tournament just to get on the Ocho train.
I see a limp from Beto here.
On the button with 8-6 suited.
And a lot of shared cards this hand. I'm not expecting too much on the flop. Never mind.
How about that?
Both players flopping a 6.
Bottom pair, bottom pair for both players.
Still bottom pair. They both check it again. Decent chance of a chop a lot of the time. Looks like that river card. Looks like a 5 to me.
It's 1.5 million.
And we see Pups go for the over bet.
Pops has decided it's time to start putting some pressure, or to continue putting pressure on.
I think he hit 2 pair on the river. It looked like a 5.
Ah, okay.
I'm not
Okay.
sure what it was. I think he hit 2 pair though. Could be wrong.
Christina Marin, thank you for joining us.
You get there early, right? Saturday? Yeah, 5 in the morning.
John George jumped back in here. What's up, dude?
Last flight, Southwest.
Yeah, this some of the popular players and
Are you gonna play in the morning?
Rounders regulars.
One more.
Yeah. I'm not gonna play.
Raise to 1 million.
Oh no, I'm not gonna play that day. No. I'm just gonna chill. Probably go to sleep. Playing that day.
Thank you.
We got a raise to 1 million by Ochoa. The champ with a decision. Looks like he's gonna call. I do think that once the payouts have gone out and people are playing for just the trophy, sometimes the play can loosen up a little bit.
Things loosen up, yeah, as indicated by the beverage that was just sent back here. One of the players sent back a little adult beverage.
Ochoa gonna turn top pair here. Go for a bet. Goes for an all-in. Takes it down.
When we went out there on break just a few minutes ago, Ochoa wanted to know what our commentary consisted of, what we said on the Queen Deuce play.
Just a lot of incoherent yelling, my friend.
I told him that I thought he played it masterfully.
No one could have played it better.
If I get there at 6 in the morning, yeah. I get there at 6 in the morning. I requested it. They told me that they would let me know, like it's like on the notes, but it's not guaranteed. So I don't even want. Well,
Champ and Ochoa separated by just
I got there like early.
2 million chips.
Maybe I got
There's a raise. Chris thinking about some evil intentions. Queen 8 offsuit. Thinks better of it.
I'm not gonna go 9-6 I'm using the last of my comps this year, and I'm not trying to get fucking status with it anymore. It's fucking stupid. They don't do shit. This fucking needs to go off.
That belt appears to be pretty useful. A little utilitarian belt. You can probably use it to, flag down if you become stranded on a deserted island.
The glare.
Flag down reflective, tool to flag down a ship or an airplane, or maybe you give yourself a nice shave if you happen to be stranded overnight somewhere on the way home from a poker game. You see Steven Sanchez looking over, checking the action out. One of our dealers.
See all the fucking bluffs I was doing, bro. It's way better. Like you get to see all the fucking moves everyone makes. I was making chingos of moves. Tightest player on this table for sure. This guy. Probably not. Go watch your stream. Second tightest.
See Ochoa with the 9-8 offsuit. I'm curious if he'll take it for a raise here.
It's on the button.
You don't show any hands. That's why.
Raise to 1 million.
What do you mean, Mike?
1 million to go.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, like, the showdown. You get them out before they get the showdown. Yeah. Definitely wasn't Benitez. I was opening and I was playing a bit. That was Beto. Beto was like, Beto's still out. Huh? I'm fucking pro, Dad. Fucking pro. Absolutely. I play for fun. I like it. I can't do this. But
You're at a quarter short.
Josh Doogie. He says the player at the opposite side of the table can use that belt to see what the champ is holding. his whole cards. That's a good point.
By a mile.
Pups here with the king jack. Gonna go for a raise.
7 feet.
Looks like 750. Beto gonna call from the small blind with 9-7 off.
Heads up.
That's a reasonable flop for pups.
Trips.
Gonna slow play it. I like that decision. Like there, Beto turns a gut shot and might lead.
An 8 would give him a straight.
And I really think there's nothing to do but pups but call in this spot. If he has a worse, it does go for the raise. I think that if he has a worse jack, the money's going to go in on the river anyways, since you're playing in position. And if he has a hand like 9-7, he may pull the trigger and bluff the river. But I can understand trying to get the money in against a worse jack earlier.
Or just denying equity and...
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, yeah, you can deny equity, but the worst case scenario is you're up against open-ended and they have, 8 outs?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's worst case scenario. I don't think there's too much you need to deny equity from, but I can understand why you would want to.
Not as the objective, but just as a side benefit.
Right,
He's also putting money in the pot because it's unlikely that Beto has a jack in his hand. There's only one left in the whole deck.
Exactly.
Raise 800,000.
Correct.
Manifestation at its finest.
Yes. Chances here.
Pups gonna make the call with ace jack here in the big blind, disguising the strength of his hand a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And Beto flopping bottom pair, or excuse me, middle pair.
Middle pair for Beto.
2 overs for pups.
Of course, Brian knows exactly what he has because of the reflective nature of the belt. Don't think Brian's going to be done with this. Well, let's see. Depends on the size. 1.3 to go.
To the pot was what, 1.9? It's definitely on the larger side. I think it's okay to just let it go.
Big ace high was good. $20 no good. No good?
Mm-hmm.
I already gave you fucking 800 for to bump it up.
We see our lovely Shar hanging out. One of our servers.
You still here? The commentating's done? No, you guys are all breaking. Right now, all you guys just broke. I see on the discussion. Well, now we already did it. I know. Oh, on the stream. Oh, let's get drinking. It was a long one. Oh shit! It was a long one too. I bet I said. I told him when you get lucky, you double up. You gotta send a drink back to me.
My co-commentator time traveling right now.
Hey, what did you say about that one?
He's asking about the commentary on the Queen Deuce.
Hey, Rudy, $10,000. Yeah. Can I get it old fashioned? You're gonna get the cheap. You want anything or no? No, I'm good. And then what do you want to be? You want something? Whatever choice. What do you want to show? Shabby. Now I can drink because now I'm just playing for the trophy. Wow. Look at these bitty boys.
What's up?
Boy!
You want a shot? You want a shot? Hey, belt.
No, he doesn't want a shot. I don't think so. Nothing, you don't want a shot? I really sweat on my forehead. I'm gonna fold this for
Brian ordering drinks.
And then
Looks like we're gonna see a limp and a check here. Bottom pair for Ochoa. Some back doors for the champ. Wow, Ochoa gonna overbet.
There's a trophy.
Ends the hand.
Might even be over with. You hear?
Okay, blinds are up, y'all, and Miss Lori is coming in to take care of
Lori,
it.
she's about to help me close this out.
They want free drinks.
Feel like
I thought you were in Vegas. Was it 240?
No, 155 and 250.
Wow. Your boy, what about me, bitch? Fucking cheering me on.
You're my boy.
No.
You're my boy.
Nah, you looked at Bethel. You looked
My
at the
boy.
There you go, plural. Danny, I got you tequila. 4-8.
Bethel waking up
Oh,
with
I'm sorry. You wanted
an ace here on the button.
Sorry.
Looks like he's deciding. I think he's gonna raise. I think he might just be deciding how large. Looked like 1.1 million.
There.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop.
There's a
Oh, we got so close.
set.
Got a straight jaw from Rolex Mike.
Got shot.
You can see that.
A little bit, folks.
Oh, that's a good card.
Some tactical
Software
difficulties.
starting to glitch a little bit. You see 910 is already there, though. They're moving in slow motion. He's all in. Quads.
That's it.
4 fours.
Just a little.
We'll do our commentary in slow motion as well.
4 fours.
A lot of fours.
You only got no one number.
Chaz, what are you gonna do here? I'm gonna absolutely annihilate her. It's literally gonna be
Why do you believe in yourself? Give it my all. Chaz, you don't have to say, but how much LBs do you think you have on bubbles right now?
LBs? A lot. The number is a lot.
What's an LB?
This has been a really fun table, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've seen some people making some moves. Ochoa started off. I don't remember exactly what place he was in when he came to the final table, but he gained 3.5 million chips from the beginning of the day to now. But the biggest mover was our leader, Pups. Brian went up 8.4 million chips from the start of the day. He's up to 11 million right now.
Yeah, and he was up even higher a little while ago.
Yeah, he made some pretty good moves.
Yeah, I've been liking the way he's been playing. Just waiting on this software glitch to be resolved. And we'll
Chaz
be
gonna call
back
the
home for the
button with
trophy.
ace deuce of spades.
I
Let's
like
just call.
that. We've got a couple things to watch.
Zach, we'll
You
see
can
if he
see
goes for, it does
Bubbles and
look like
Chaz
he just flat this
battling
time
it out.
with the queen 10 suited.
First the arm
Although
wrestling
Preston's not
battle
gonna have
and
many
then
eights here.
thumb wrestling
Yeah, if anyone's gonna have eights here,
on the
or
split
excuse me,
screen.
an 8 here, it's definitely gonna be Zach
Yeah.
in the big blind. And with the hard draw, I would not
What
be
is this
shocked
cooler? I
to
haven't
see
seen this
a
hand.
raise here, but he does just call.
Oh wow, that's a turn.
That is a
Trip
turn.
eights for Preston.
Does like to check. And I
Oh,
think
is
Preston's
it?
probably
There's
gonna
a
continue
flush
betting
for Zach.
value.
Yeah, and now Zach
So
with
what?
not that much.
Ace on the river or
Ace
something?
or a king?
Yeah.
It looks like he's going for somewhat of a min raise, not exactly, but a little over a min raise here. Problem is, I'm not sure if you're folding if it doesn't boat up anyway.
So with the
That's a good
cash
point.
hand on the left, there's
We've all told ourselves, I'm
960
folding if
in
this
the
doesn't boat
pot.
up. And then
Yeah, he had it on right after the last hand.
Okay,
yeah,
it's
and he is
just
gonna
trips
finish
versus
up. And
I guess
no
snap
flush
call.
here,
wow, I'm
jammed.
surprised to see the snap. I guess he kind of already decided that he was gonna commit.
Chaz with the jacks.
Preston pays him off.
2 red jacks.
That's JJ's hand.
I played with Preston a decent amount. He's a good player.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was on the first final table that I commentated here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Chaz is gonna try to beat JJ
with JJ.
Yeah, I think he got something happened where he was all in for a lot of chips and lost a flip or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chris has
He's going to call with sevens.
sevens. Yep, he started with 1,500. It looks like maybe 1,600. He's going
Out of position.
Chaz makes it 500. It looks like. JJ's
Again, the players
call with
are
him up.
currently out there. They're
Chris
playing
decides
for the trophy.
$1,100 pot. Chaz puts
First
out
place
what
was
looks
scheduled
be
to win $38,000.
Not enough.
But
Not enough equity.
he did an ICM chop 3 ways, and first place is now going to get 30,200. Second will get 29,000, and third 25,500.
Chaz is
He's
getting
trying
tricky.
to give JJ some rope.
Need to start bluffing it. And he decides to check.
Not bad for a few days of work.
Not bad. The thing is, though,
It would've
with
been
the
interesting.
chip
Chaz
stacks where they
checking
are
again.
right now,
He
I
could.
think we
He's
might
gonna
be
make a
back
bet
now.
here.
Looks
He's
like
gonna
the
try to
guys
see
are
if he can
moving
get
a
nines
little
or
bit more
something like that to
fluidly.
fold.
But
Chaz used to
Pop's
call.
with
And
a
Chaz is gonna take it down.
fairly sizable lead right now.
Yeah, looks like Beto picked up a decent pot there.
Looking to get them a round of drinks right now, guys.
250 or 350 and 175. 175, please. That's you? Oh, sorry. I grabbed you from him. Thinking
All right, looks like we're back.
raise to 1 million from 9.
700,000 in the pot pre-flop.
Heads up.
Oh, trip fives for the champ.
Spade on the turn. That's boring. Continues to slow play it. Spade on the turn, or spade on the river.
Ochoa has a spade.
I don't think he's going to raise when Beto leads here. Although it is hard to put him on much when he checks twice. You would think he might bet off a flush draw at some point before the river. So you might think he's just kind of repping a king or nothing at all. Not that you're really going to call with queen high very often. Oh, he's looking. Ooh, never mind. As I say that, that was a very heroic call from Ochoa. I don't even hate it, but it was heroic, undoubtedly.
It really was. I thought that it was a raise, but
yeah, I think. Well, it's tough. Like, is the champ gonna bet his ace highest as a bluff when the action goes like that? Probably not. He's probably just gonna take his showdown value if he has those hands. Oh, we got some real hands here, and we got some big stacks too. The champ is up to tied with Pops here. Both of them with 30 big blinds. Both of them with good cards. And our big blind is also up to 350K. I don't know exactly when that happened.
Wait a minute. And Ochoa shoves.
Whoa. What's going on?
Ochoa's the one that goes all in.
Wow, and Beto got lucky there.
Beto just walks away from the fray.
Beto dodged a bullet there. Did he call the $1 million chip raise and then fold after Pups jammed? I think he did. And he would have hit a jack.
4 hearts, deuce of spades, jack of spades. Oh, what do they have? 8, 6 of diamonds versus 8, queen of clubs. All right.
And Pops does take it down.
GG's, Chris.
Man, I cannot believe what a bullet.
Well,
he would have been. Yeah.
As it turns out, the tournament would have been over.
It would have been
if he had found a way, to see that flop.
Yeah.
But Chris Ochoa is going to be out in third place, taking home a cool. What did we say?
25,000 something.
Sorry, let me pull that. That's not accurate right there. It is 25,500 for Chris Ochoa. Congratulations, Chris.
Now, when they did the chop, are they still? Did they already get the money, or are they still being paid out based on what place they finish in, but just at those closer margins?
They're going to be paid out the numbers that they were assigned. For instance, Chris is going to go and collect 25,500.
Okay.
And
I think he was in third when they did the chop, anyways. So
yeah,
it doesn't matter. And then Beto was in
Hey,
second.
tell him I gotta get 450 from him too.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Because I think
got you.
they've already been paid out, right?
Yeah, these amounts have already been assigned to each of the
Each player,
players.
right. But I think he was in third place when they chopped, so it is the 25,000.
Yes. Yes.
And we're gonna see some heads-up
So,
action fairly
hey,
deep.
you know, this is different. Heads-up action is a different sport.
It really is.
It isn't often that you get to play heads-up because in order to do it, you got to either have a table that's just has two people sitting at it, or you have to have gone really, really deep in a tournament, and there's only two people left.
Yeah.
So this doesn't always, you don't get to do this very often.
Yeah, I wish I knew more about heads-up play. I'm definitely not an expert on it. And we're playing fairly deep, 28 big blinds for 28 big blinds effective here.
We're probably moving chips to each other.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, really? The two of them? Yeah. Okay. So it comes up at the end. The one like watching, they're both like, I don't really want to play the same way.
I mean, I don't hate the guy.
All right.
You said 350 there?
Yeah. 350.
350K on that big
But I
blind.
like that
It
they
is.
made the levels better.
They did, but yes, it is a weird number. I agree.
10 million in chips for the champ, 14 million in chips for pups.
Please scan for me then. Please, thank you. Check. Heads up. Oh,
It's okay, you just do them. It's fine.
Bottom pair here for Beto,
Okay.
the champ.
Yeah.
7.
Bet of 700.
Lori's leaving the
I don't know.
chips in place, and the boys just pushed it together.
Pups
That's funny.
Pups floated in with Queen 8 and actually turned second pair here. Champ turning
Open ender. Now that's straight for champ.
makes a straight here. Pretty disguised as well. Question is how much he'll bet. Because
Pups is first.
he might. I think Pups checked if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yep.
1.8 million. Chunky bet. We've only got second pair. Beto's repping 2 pair plus here.
I'm in favor of this bet sizing. Yep, I like it, and he gets called. Polarized bet sizing.
Yeah, I like it.
Sneaky straight there.
Yeah, that was.
They're willing to help me. Thank you.
I like the big bet when you're, at the top of your range like that a lot of the time. And there's plenty that can call you there. That's when you go for a big bet size, I think you have to ask yourself, what can actually call me? And there's plenty of 2 pair, plenty of like top pairs that can call you there.
Yeah.
And whereas when you go for a big bet size on like Queen 6 deuce, and you go for a big bet size, it's like what can really call you besides like a queen or better a lot of the time. And in heads up play, the small blind also going to be the button, of course. Pups goes for the limp. And the champ checks it. Pups hits top pair.
Mm-hmm. Top pair for Brian.
They both go check, check.
Check. Bet of 400.
Turns the champ turns a gut shot.
Call.
Yeah, gonna continue.
You guys good?
Looking for an 8 and an 8 only. That's not gonna do it.
4 diamonds on the river.
Bet of 800.
There's no help to Beto, so Brian will take that down.
Pretty sizable pot. Not quite as large as the one that Beto took.
The payouts have already been assigned to these 2 players. Their heads up. First place taking $30,000, just a smidge over. Second place, $29,000. Just $1,200 between the 2 of them. However, they're playing for the trophy.
Could not fight you with that hand. Would have had to been bluff, bluff,
Not the belt. The belt belongs to Beto.
The belt is not
in
for
play.
Sale. Not in play. The belt is absolutely not in play. We'll see if he can become the champ twice over today.
Pops 7-4 suited.
Yeah, I like a limp with some of your suited, somewhat connected hands. They can flop decently like that.
2 hearts on the flop.
Grabs a chip. Beto snap folds.
You know, while they're setting up for the next hand, I want to mention prior to the final table tonight, some of the top, maybe the top 10 finishers in the points for this month. Brian Palmieri was the points leader with 420 points. Miles Brown at 410. Carlos Ruelas with 400. And then Beto was in 4th place at 340. But he did earn the belt with this final table.
Probably by a pretty large margin since he's at least guaranteed second.
Probably so, yeah. I don't know. I forgot how much. I think 250 go to first place, and I don't know how many points go to second place.
Yeah.
Can we get the trophy out here, guys? Yeah, so done. For the visual? Please, thank you.
After Beto, there was Luis Herrera, Danny 11, one of our dealers, Philip Oliphant, also known as Hammer, Joseph Osteen, Mo, Mohammed Al-Zubaydi, David Fox.
Bust out the trophy, John.
I haven't bring it
Rounds out the top 10.
Thank you. Raised at 750.
Brian's on the button with Queen Jack offsuit, going to raise it up.
We didn't think about it until it just heads up.
Gonna get the call from the 8-6 off. Pretty good flop for Queen Jack.
Open ender, but bottom pair for champ. Neither player having a heart in their hand.
It's a board that pups might be c-betting quite often. So Beto does decide to continue. And just the nuts on the turn. Queen Jack, didn't he win a huge hand with Queen Jack earlier in the tournament when he just flopped the nuts?
It was something like, it was straight, but I don't remember.
I think it was Queen Jack again.
Was it?
Yeah.
I was thinking King 10.
Yeah, that was a different hand. That was Steven.
Yeah.
Queen Jack been working out for him. Does take down a nice pot. Not much more value to be gotten there, honestly. And you can see the trophy.
Presentation of the trophy made by 7 Deuce Jammer. He's our director tonight.
You are big.
That's a handsome trophy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice. You ever won a trophy?
Nope.
I got one
Not
for
one from
for a daily at the MGM in
Okay.
Las Vegas. It was pretty cool. It's like a glass cube.
Hmm.
But that's the only trophy I've gotten for poker.
Just give me the trophy.
You could have gave it to me. We could have been done like.
No, I
hour ago.
want it.
You have to earn it.
You got that damn belt on your neck. Like you need another trophy.
I do.
You're like, I want them all.
Beto trying to claim the trophy.
Yeah,
Been all month for these.
Not me. One bullet in this bitch.
Really?
For real?
Yeah, I swear to God.
Wow.
I was gonna play more, but I
Didn't need to.
800.
Raised to 8.
Pups raising with Jack 5 offsuit.
Did you bag good? Was day 2? No.
I think you could. I was gonna say I'd like a small 3-bet here. Goes to 2 million. I like that. Puts Pups in a tough spot with a lot of the hands like the one he has. I think it's probably okay to just let go of it.
I thought about making a move right there too. Good old Jack 5.
Jack 5, you're good.
Brian was making a move with the Jack 5, but
Yeah, you're right.
Beto woke up to a real hand. Pocket 8s.
He decided it was against his better judgment to re-raise there.
He's big. Big one, Annie. Yep.
Pup's gonna limp here.
Beto on the button.
1 million.
Oh, 1 million.
Raising it up with 10 high. He's dominated by pups, though.
Pup's going to call. And we're going to go to a flop. Comes 10 high. Oh, looks like we're having an issue here. I think this is it catching up from when it was slowed down earlier.
Nah, I'm just teasing.
No,
We'll do whatever you want.
Okay, we're here. We're caught up. Hold up.
I mean, I already got paid what I wanted to
Can you
get
both
paid.
can you both rescan for me? And then we're ready to go.
No, we're just gonna
Okay.
whatever.
Just smoke the sand.
Yeah, that's fine.
You want to muff the hand? They do not want to play it. They want to. Nope, they want to chop it.
Yeah, we're chopping it out.
Okay,
They're gonna play
so they,
They're gonna.
in the midst of this hand, they decided that they're just going to turn their hands over and play it out. Oh, sorry, they're
Work hard hand for the trophy.
I think they're running a hand,
A
running a
dry
dry
hand.
hand. Yeah,
for the trophy.
that's what it sounds like. They were sick of heads up.
Wow, just ship it.
I mean, I do, but I don't care enough to play here.
So
for
these
5
are the
hours.
They want to just
these
play
are the
one
stacks.
hand for PLO for the trophy.
Okay, 13 million, 12 million, so pretty even.
Is that okay,
And they're
Phil?
going to go ahead and just do a dry hand for the trophy.
Yeah, they've already guaranteed their payouts here.
Congratulations to both players.
Just give it to me, Peg.
Yeah, really nice return on investment for a $400 tournament. Both of them going to walk away with about $30,000 in cash.
That's fine.
Very
Come on.
very exciting for both players.
Need this, bro.
You want me to put the button?
Beto, I think, is more invested in getting the trophy than
Putting
Pups.
it on top of your. Glue that shit on there.
Glue this motherfucker. Or it was backwards.
Okay.
This is the trophy.
This is for the trophy.
Are we gonna just slip at the end?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
All right, this is the dry hand.
One at a time.
Even fight.
Wow.
Pups is in the lead with 10 high, but it's pretty close. There's the flop.
We're not doing anything until the end, so just check through it. Yeah.
That was a Broadway card. I don't think that helped anyone.
Jack of clubs on the right.
Oh my gosh, is 10 high going to win?
Yeah,
Oh no, pair of eights.
Pair of eights.
Both of us, right?
Beto.
Oh shit, we have each other there.
Need a 10.
You gotta be 10 high. Or you win.
Hey, that wins it. That's right.
Beto does take down the trophy and the belt.
Yep.
After winning that dry
Congratulations.
hand.
Congratulations to Brian and for a great tournament.
Wow.
For taking home first place money. But congratulations to Beto Valdez, your Rounders maniac. He also took home the trophy for the $200,000 Rounders Roundup. And I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Take one more look at the payouts here. This is how everyone finished up.
Although that's not actually accurate. Cause,
Yeah,
for everybody before Ochoa, it is.
Yeah, the last three, or the top three numbers are different. But
congrats to everybody who made it to the final table, though.
yeah, this was a really fun one to watch. So we are going to be running tournaments. Scotty mentioned we're going to have some news coming up, some of the bigger events, and we look forward to seeing you out here playing and taking your shot at some big money. You see first place, $30,000 going home. I'm going to go try to catch up with the guys at the bar, but before then, I want to sign off. I want to...
Sorry, we're getting a note from our producers.
Here's the update on the payouts.
There we go.
Yeah, this is talked about that. The first place is Brian. Second place is Beto.
I know he's gone, but shout out to Ochoa for hanging in there and laddering through many ladders.
Absolutely. But hey, listen, thank you for joining us tonight. On your way out, please hit that thumbs up and look for us. Let's see, today is Tuesday, so Next Sunday we'll
That's
have
the
a
day
cash
before.
live stream. Michael, thank you for joining me
Yeah,
tonight.
it was fun.
Good time, yeah,
I
as
like
always.
it. I love commentating final tables. It's a lot of fun.
Yep, did a good job. Thank you for joining us, and thanks to the crew, the live stream team, Jammer for doing the directing, keeping us going here, and Ghost of M always in the chat. Our dealers, Drew and Lori, and especially you guys watching. Appreciate you joining us.
Here we go.
Until next time, we're signing off.
It's okay.
I'm
So in love with you. You got me down again.